Chapter 285. Su Len already knew about the tunnels that the Grey Dwarves had found. When he killed the necromancer last time, he learned from the necromancer's diary that the necromancer had come here from one of the tunnels. The necromancer was not a normal person. Why would a normal person keep a diary and write down everything they knew? Wasn't that helping the enemy? One of the tunnels led to the Underdark, which was the base camp of the Drows. It was much more dangerous than the underground world that Su Len now occupied. Su Len had no plans to go there for the time being. Besides, he had to guard against the enemy's sneak attack. After looking at the surrounding topographic map, Su Len was very interested in the ruins that the Grey Dwarves had found. He sent someone to summon the Grey Dwarves who had found the ruins. A few minutes later, 2 Grey Dwarves were brought in by the guards. "Is this the ruin that you found?" Su Len asked directly. "Yes, master. When my team and I were exploring the surrounding mineral veins, we found that there were monsters gathered here. Oh, by the way, there's a tribe of goblins living near the ruins. They should know more about the ruins," the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. "Tribe of goblins? We're short of manpower here. Capture them," Su Len said directly. It didn't take too much manpower to deal with a tribe of goblins. Su Len took 100 Grey Dwarves and 2 teams of centaurs and prepared to go. Hathaway heard that there was a ruin there and strongly wanted to go with them. The army made some simple preparations and set off quickly. Su Len rode in the middle of the team on a Pegasus, while Hathaway rode on a black-maned horse with a look of resentment. She originally wanted to ride with Su Len on the Pegasus, but the Pegasus was unwilling and wouldn't let Hathaway on it no matter what. Obviously, the little guy was still very vengeful. The underground ruins were not far from here. After passing through 2 tunnels and an underground cave, the group arrived near the underground ruins. "Master, there are the underground ruins. The goblins living here are in the northeast direction," the Grey Dwarf who acted as the guide said. "Lead the way." "Let's capture the goblins first before exploring the ruins," Su Len said with a nod. The group continued to move forward under the lead of the Grey Dwarf. The underground cavern was huge, and they could vaguely hear the sound of an underground river flowing. Moss and mushrooms grew on the ground, and on the other side of the underground cavern was a large stalactite cave. Flutter. At this time, the sound of wings flapping suddenly came from the karst cave. It seemed to be approaching here. Su Luen looked up and soon saw a black cloud flying out of the dark karst cave. At the same time, there was a squeaking sound. "It's a vampire bat." Upon hearing these noises, the Grey Dwarves immediately reacted. As underground creatures, they were very familiar with the sounds of vampire bats. Vampire bats were notorious in the underground world. Individually they weren't strong, but there were too many of them. Every time they moved out, there would be tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, they liked to swarm the enemy when they attacked. These palm-sized bats were extremely ferocious. Even an elephant would be sucked dry of blood in less than a minute. Due to their large numbers, small size, and agile bodies, they were very difficult to deal with for ordinary creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of vampire bats quickly flew over. At the same time, these vampire bats continuously emitted strange sound waves. Although these sound waves couldn't be heard, they made people feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Ice storm. Thunderstorm. A tornado formed by ice blades suddenly appeared. Along with the sharp ice blades, large numbers of vampire bats were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. For a moment, the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, large numbers of lightning snakes jumped and swam in the sky. The vampire bats that had just flown over were immediately turned into charcoal by the lightning snakes and fell to the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with a layer of vampire bat corpses. After clearing out the vampire bats, the army continued forward. After more than an hour, Su Len finally saw the underground ruins. The gnome tribe was about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the ruins. Without stopping, the army launched an attack on the gnome tribe. There were many bugbears and earth goblins in the tribe. These bugbears were about 1.6 meters tall and were much stronger than their cousins, the green goblins. Moreover, they were very disciplined. After discovering that someone was attacking, they quickly formed a simple spear formation. Although most of their weapons were bone spears or rusted metal, it wasn't easy to form a formation in such a short time. However, the gnomes were still gnomes. Although their neat formation made them look threatening, under the superior weapons and armor of the dwarves and the arrows of the centaurs, the bugbears were quickly scattered and captured. Seeing that the battle was over, Sulen stepped forward and asked, "Which one of you is the leader?" The gnomes looked at each other, but no one answered his question. "Sir, the gnomes don't speak the surface language," a grey dwarf whispered to Sulen. Sulen was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the light was dim, so no one could see clearly. "Ahem, Hathaway, cast language proficiency on me." Sulen coughed. Hathaway held back her laughter and cast language proficiency on Sulen. Sulen asked the gnomes again. "Sir, our leader has just been killed by you." A gnome trembled as he spoke. "All right, which one of you knows the specific situation of the ruins?" Sulen changed his question. "Sir, Borat is the most familiar with the ruins," a gnome stepped forward and said. "You are Borat?" Sulen asked. "I am, sir," the gnome said flatteringly. Sulen nodded and said, "How much do you know about the ruins?" "Sir, there is a devil's curse in the ruins. You will be affected by the curse if you go near it. There are also many terrifying monsters in there." "Devil's curse?" Sulen raised his eyebrows. "It's a devil's curse. People who go near it will be cursed. Their bodies will become weak and their minds will go crazy. Some people will mutate and become horribly twisted. However, without exception they will become crazy. The monsters in there are also very crazy, but the strange thing is that these monsters will not leave the area. The curse will weaken after leaving the area." "Bring us there. According to what you said, there won't be any big problems in a short time," Sulen said directly. He then waved his hand and left some soldiers to watch over the captives. He then led the rest to the ruins. As for Borat's objection, it was directly ignored. "Hathaway, come with me. I keep feeling that there is something wrong with the devil's curse." "Okay." Soon, the group was divided into two groups again. More than half of them stayed in the gnome tribe to watch over it. Sulen led two groups of grey dwarves and a group of centaurs to the ruins. As Sulen's group approached the ruins, they could see many broken walls scattered on the ground. These buildings had been there for a long time and were severely damaged. It was impossible to recognize their original appearance. Many places were in a mess. It seemed that other people had been here to search. This situation was normal. It would be abnormal if no one came to search the ruins. They did not waste any time outside the ruins. They continued to go deeper into the ruins. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some faint sounds came from the ruins. Sulen waved his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Soon, a huge black shadow rushed toward them. "It's the death pincers. Run." When Borat saw the black shadow, he was so scared that he turned around to run. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, a grey dwarf soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Then, a sharp axe was placed against his neck. "If he runs again, cut off his legs," Sulen said coldly. "Yes, sir." As soon as the voice faded, the rocks in front were all smashed away by the shadow. Then, a huge 8-legged armored creature appeared in front of them. It had a pair of exaggeratedly huge jaws in its mouth, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Its whole body was wrapped in a layer of black carapace, and it rushed forward violently. Hiss! When the grey dwarves saw this ferocious-looking insect, they all gasped. This thing was too big. It was even bigger than an elephant. The death pincers. Mutated creature, challenge rating 12+. The huge monster in front of them was actually a type of mutated insect. It had mutated because of the mana pollution radiation. Its huge jaws could easily bite a dwarf's armor in half. At the same time, its body had a strong defense. Its carapace had a layer of metallic luster, and its vitality was also very strong. For the grey dwarves, this type of mutated monster was still a big threat. However, it was unlucky to encounter Sulen. A monster of this level would only give him some extra loot. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning suddenly appeared. A large amount of lightning gathered, and in the next second, the lightning spear instantly hit the charging death pincers. The huge death pincer worm's body instantly stiffened, and a fist-sized hole appeared in its hard carapace. Then, its entire body was covered in lightning, and its 8 legs twitched a few times before it collapsed with a loud bang. A large amount of blood gushed out. The death pincers was done for. He waved his hand and asked a few grey dwarves to drag the body of the death pincers over. The meat of this kind of beetle was inedible, but its carapace was still a good material. It was suitable to be used to make shields or armor. Chapter 286. Su Len looked at the map. There were many red dots on the map. Be careful. There are many other mutant creatures here. After dealing with the loot, the group continued forward. 2 grey dwarves escorted an earth goblin in front, followed by Su Len and Hathaway. We can't go any closer. If we go any further, we'll be in the territory of the ghosts, Borat said in horror after moving forward for a while. There are a lot of ghosts. Once we enter, they'll pounce on us like crazy. Ghosts? Sullen's eyes lit up. Ghosts, the undead creatures, were most often found in mass graves or cemeteries without priests to purify them. They were also found in areas where a large number of creatures had died. It was easy for them to be born in areas where the aura of the undead was strong. Ghosts usually appeared at night, but there was no sun in the underground world. They could appear at any time. There were many types of ghosts, but they all had one thing in common. They had something that they couldn't let go of. It was called obsession or resentment. It was said that if you helped a ghost fulfill its obsession or resentment, you could get a reward from the ghost, such as a high-grade soul crystal. Of course, it was very difficult to fulfill the obsession of a ghost. After all, after turning into a ghost, they had basically lost their rationality. It was not easy to know their obsession and fulfill it. Su Len needed a lot of soul crystals now. Now that he encountered a ghost, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He ignored the earth goblin's cries and directly led him into the territory of the ghosts. As soon as he entered, Su Len felt the obvious difference. The temperature here was a few degrees lower than outside. There was a sudden fog in the surroundings. He didn't know when it started, but there were gusts of cold wind. It seemed that countless people were crying softly. How many people died here? It's a land of the undead, Su Len said in surprise after noticing the surroundings. I feel at least 100 ghosts here, Hathaway said with a frown. Faintly discernible shadows appeared in the mist. They were like wandering ghosts. At this moment, Su Len suddenly felt his vision blur. The next second, the scenery around him changed completely. When his vision was restored, he found himself in the middle of a starry sky. The scenery around him changed rapidly. For a moment, he saw high-rise buildings and heavy traffic. For a moment, he saw a bustling city in Middle World. At this moment, Su Luen felt like he was watching an unedited movie. He saw the mature and beautiful Lady Elizabeth J. of Cullen City. Her body was as hot and tempting as ever. She begged him to stay, and she was willing to be his mistress. Even the other nobles in Kalen City expressed their support for him to become the new governor. The next second, he appeared in the office again. He ate and worked hard at the same time. It can actually reflect the memories in my heart. This is no longer something that a spirit can do. Seeing the various scenes in front of him, Su Len quickly reacted. What he encountered this time was actually a ghost with the ability to dream. This kind of ghost with the ability to peek into the deepest memories in people's hearts, and then according to these memories, weave the most unforgettable scene in one's heart, the most desired scene. Once you were immersed in this dream of nothingness, it was very likely that you would never wake up. It would use the most terrifying scene in your memory to completely defeat you when you were the most immersed in it, and then turn you into resources for its continued growth. However, this spirit with the ability to dream probably didn't expect Sullen's dream to be so different. On one side it was the current technological society. On the other side, it was the middle world's magical world. They were two completely unrelated worlds, which gave Su Luen the feeling that several completely unrelated movies had been randomly edited and spliced together. The state of the movie was too bad, and the story was too bad. How could he be immersed in it? It's better to be a good editor who can use the ability to dream. Su Len shook his head and sighed with emotion. At this moment, the spirit controlling the dream seemed to have finally made a decision. Sullen's vision turned black, and the next second, he appeared in a strange yet familiar place. Little Su, help me send this document to Mr. Wong. Little Su, this is your performance pay for this month. Check it. Little Su, the final payment of Mr. Zhang's order from last time hasn't arrived yet. Hurry him up. All kinds of noises sounded. Sullen's eyes were a little confused. Little Su, what's wrong? Are you too tired? A woman in her 30s patted Sullen's shoulder. Nothing, I was distracted, Sister Lee, Sulen said casually. After a busy day, Sulen dragged his tired body back home. Sullen's house was in an old neighborhood. It was a neighborhood built by the textile factory in the 80s of his previous world. Although it was old, when he stepped into the house, his heart was filled with warmth. Mom, I'm back, Sulen shouted. Little treasure, you're back. I'll heat up the food for you. Mrs. Su took off her reading glasses and stood up from the sofa. When she saw her son's smiling face, she turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen. Mom, don't bother. I'll do it myself. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Where's Dad? Sulen quickly asked. Your Uncle Zhang asked him to go over and help. He'll be back in a while. Sulen skillfully heated up the food and started eating. It was still that familiar taste. As always, it was disgusting. Sulen, who had eaten this dish for more than 20 years, habitually complained. Soon, Mr. Su returned from outside. I've told old Zhang that I'll go to work with him tomorrow. Dad, you're already 60 years old. Why are you still going to work? Can't you just rest at home? Sulen put down the bowl and said, What rest? You've been retired for half a year. You're 28 years old this year. It's time to find a partner and get married. If you don't have some money, how can you get a wife? Besides, there's still your brother. How can I rest? Mr. Su directly retorted. In the following days, Sulen was busy with work every day. When he returned home, although life was tough, he still felt very warm. On this day, after having dinner with his family, Sulen slowly stood up. Mom, Dad, little brother, I'm leaving. Take care. Little brother, I'm not here anymore. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mom and Dad in the future. Little treasure, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Mrs. Su's face changed and she asked anxiously. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Su's face darkened. Brother, don't tell me you owe money? Su Jing asked. Goodbye. Although I can't bear to part, it's time for me to leave. Sulen smiled faintly and reflected the scene in front of him in the depths of his mind. There was a flash of light. The whole world was like a mirror. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and all the images disappeared. Once again, a gray fog appeared in front of him. A flash of lightning pierced through the surrounding fog. Sulen glanced around. The others were still trapped in their own dreams and had not woken up. Sulen only broke the dream that trapped him. If the others wanted to come out, they had to break the dream themselves or get rid of the person who created the dream. I should thank you for letting me see them again. Now, it's time to end it. Faintly discernible shadows appeared. In the next second, these shadows quickly gathered in the middle. Evil thoughts and spiritual attacks continuously attacked Sullen's mind. If a person with a weak willpower encountered such a powerful spiritual attack, they would easily be attacked by this powerful spiritual attack and become an idiot. However, this time the spiritual attacks failed. All the spiritual attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. After entering Sullen's body, they disappeared without a trace. A strange person with countless faces appeared in front of him. His face was constantly changing. Happiness, anger, sadness, joy, all kinds of expressions appeared alternately. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding cold aura instantly intensified by more than 10 times. Some frost seemed to have appeared on the ground, and the entire space was shrouded in extremely dense negative energy. Thousand-faced Soul Eater. When he saw this figure, Sulen recognized this monster. This was a very powerful type of spirit creature. In fact, it was not just a spirit, but a monster formed by the fusion of hundreds and thousands of spirits. Its most bizarre ability was to manipulate dreams. Even a legendary spellcaster would fail miserably at such an easy task. Sulen was not affected by it. On one hand, he had the memories of his previous life and the memories of his current life. The difference between the two was too big. He could easily escape from the dream. On the other hand, he had the Iron Will attribute. With this attribute, his spiritual resistance was shockingly high. Perhaps other legendary wizards would find it difficult to deal with the thousand-faced Soul Eater, but Sullen's ability just happened to be able to suppress it. Spiritual attack. Life siphon. Streaks of spiritual energy turned into countless spikes and rushed towards Sulen. This was the manifestation of spiritual interference. At the same time, a ferocious ghost face appeared beside Su Len. It then took a deep breath towards Su Len. Little bits of green life force floated out from Su Len's body. However, in the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his body and instantly hit the ferocious ghost face. Lightning domain. Dazzling lightning shot out from Su Len's body. The surrounding attacks were instantly torn to pieces. Lightning spear. A large amount of lightning quickly gathered in Su Len's hand. A lightning spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hand. The lightning spear pierced through the mist and instantly hit the figure. The azure lightning power exploded in an instant. Countless lightning snakes wreaked havoc in the surrounding space. Even the thick aura of death was torn to pieces at this moment. Screams filled with unwillingness and hatred raged in the ears. Chapter 287. Death Gaze. A black ray of light suddenly appeared and hit Su Len directly in the next second. Su Len only felt a chill in his body, and the power of thunder in his body instantly burst out, directly dispersing the energy with the aura of death. Feeling the aura of death, Su Len also broke out in a cold sweat. Death Gaze was a very dangerous ability that completely ignored defense. It only had one effect, which was instant death. The enemy hit by this ability would go through a judgment of death. If the judgment failed, then even if the enemy was a giant dragon, they would die immediately. Of course, the probability of this judgment of death was very low, but its effect was also very scary. It was impossible to gamble with one's life every time. The probability of the judgment of death was related to the level of both sides, as well as spell resistance, physique, and many other factors. Su Len did not expect that the thousand-faced soul eater in front of him would have this skill. Of course, there were also many creatures that were immune to death gaze, such as gods and demigods who only had divinity. They were immune to this skill, and there were also undead, golems, and elemental creatures that were immune to the instant death effect. After seeing this skill, Su Len's vigilance increased greatly. Lightning flashed. Thunder prison. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and instantly hit the thousand-faced soul eater. The thunderbolt turned into thunder and lightning, enveloping the entire area in it. The thousand-faced soul eater suddenly let out a painful howl, and a large number of ghosts flew out of its body. Then, they were instantly enveloped by the surrounding power of thunder and lightning. The undead aura on these ghosts quickly disappeared under the power of thunder and lightning. After opening the thunder and lightning domain, the surrounding space had completely turned into a world of thunder and lightning, with countless bolts of lightning swimming in the air. The thousand-faced soul eater noticed that its power was getting weaker and weaker. According to this process, it would not be long before it was directly purified. Faced with such a crisis, the thousand-faced soul eater naturally would not wait for death. Countless bodies made up of ghosts kept changing, trying to break through the thunder and lightning cage. Every time it collided with the thunder and lightning, it would consume some of its power. Soul Howl. A wave of soul power instantly erupted from the thousand-faced soul eater. Su Len felt as if his head was suddenly being hammered by a dozen hammers. Intense pain wreaked havoc in his mind. After a while, the pain disappeared. Su Len felt a warm sensation at the tip of his nose. He reached out and touched it. A large amount of blood was oozing out of his nostrils. Damn it! Su Len's expression was ugly. The howling of the soul had almost driven Su Len crazy. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Under the attack just now, Su Len's thunder prison also weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the thousand-faced soul eater forcefully escaped from the thunder prison after consuming a large number of spirits. In the next second, strange weeping sounds could be heard. In the land of the undead, the fog appeared again. Blurry figures also appeared in the fog. These figures wandered around Su Len and let out evil grins. Many spirits even wanted to suck the life energy from Su Len. However, as the thunder and lightning on Su Len's body surged again, the spirits that couldn't dodge in time were instantly enveloped by the thunder and lightning. The bodies made of fog instantly exploded. Then, the spirits that were further away screamed in horror and fled from Su Len's surroundings. Thunderbolt. After the thousand-faced soul eater escaped from the thunder prison, it instantly blended into the surrounding spirits. With the help of the spirit's disguise, Su Len could not find its true body. Seeing this situation, the thunder and lightning energy in Su Len's body quickly circulated. The powerful thunder and lightning energy erupted again. A thundercloud shrouded the sky and a large amount of thunder and lightning kept rolling. In the next second, hundreds of thunder and lightning bolts fell from the sky and enveloped the entire space. The spirits in this space were all enveloped by the thunder and lightning. Ordinary spirits couldn't withstand the thunder and lightning attack at all. In an instant, a large number of spirits were killed. Su Len looked around and instantly saw the figure of the thousand-faced Soul Eater. "Found you!" With a flash of thunder and lightning, Sullen's body disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he appeared in front of the thousand-faced Soul Eater. Thunderstorm. Powerful thunder and lightning energy came from Sullen's body and then exploded in an instant. The dazzling thunder and lightning directly lit up the dark underground space. Thunder Spear. A spear condensed from thunder and lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. This time, he didn't throw it. Instead, he directly grabbed the thunder spear and stabbed the thousand-faced Soul Eater. The powerful thunder and lightning energy directly exploded in the body of the thousand-faced Soul Eater. Roar! With a miserable howl, the thousand-faced Soul Eater's body exploded like fireworks. Countless shadows flew out of her body. The thunder and lightning completely tore her body apart. In the end, countless spirits were purified by the thunder and lightning energy. The surrounding death energy dissipated and the fog dispersed. Figures appeared in this space. These figures looked at Su Len blankly. They seemed to want to say something, but in the next second, countless spiritual lights dissipated with the wind. These spirits that were once trapped here were completely freed by the thunder and lightning energy. However, because their souls were also destroyed, they directly entered the Origin Sea and formed a new soul in the Origin Sea. After all the spirits dispersed, the shadow of a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Su Len. This middle-aged man should be a spellcaster. After bowing to Su Len in an ancient wizard's way, he turned into countless light spots and scattered with the wind. "Thank you." There seemed to be a weak voice in his ear. The voice was ethereal and almost inaudible. Clang! With a soft sound, a purple crystal fell to the ground. This was not condensed by Sullen's soul energy. Instead, it was left behind by the thousand-faced Soul Eater. This kind of soul crystal could only be condensed after the death of a high-grade spirit body. It contained the final essence of a spirit, and its quality was much higher than that of a man-made soul crystal. Su Len reached out and picked up the soul crystal. The purple soul energy in the soul crystal was pure and transparent. This was a legendary grade soul crystal. Felix's Longing, legendary grade soul crystal. This was the soul crystal condensed by the Arcanist Felix's soul energy. It contained his infinite longing. Felix was the original main body of the thousand-faced Soul Eater. He was a powerful Arcanist, but for some unknown reason, he died here. However, for some unknown reason, this Arcanist's soul turned into a ghost. Then, over the past few thousand years, he devoured countless souls and finally became the thousand-faced Soul Eater. In the end, he was freed in Sullen's hands. This soul crystal still contained the last remnants of his longing. The emotions on it seemed to be able to affect Sullen's emotions. After dealing with the thousand-faced Soul Eater, the fog dissipated. The land of the undead was also purified by Sullen's lightning domain. All the negative energy was dispelled, and the area became normal again. At the same time, after the death of the thousand-faced Soul Eater, the northern city soldiers and gnomes who had fallen into the dream woke up one after another. However, many of them were still in a daze. It was obvious that they had not woken up from the dream. Hathaway slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, many images flashed through her eyes. It was just a dream after all. Hathaway sighed softly. She quickly recovered. After Hathaway woke up, the others also woke up one after another. However, none of them looked good. It was obvious that the dream they had just experienced was not good. "Is that specter dead?" Hathaway asked. "It's already dead. I didn't expect this specter to evolve into a rare monster like the thousand-faced Soul Eater. It even has the ability to dream." Su Len said slowly, nodding slightly. "Let's take a break. We'll continue our journey." After the nightmare, although the group did not feel tired physically, they did not feel good mentally. After all, it took a lot of courage to face the thing they feared the most in the dream. Of course, it was not that there were no benefits at all. After going through the training of the dream, the spirit attribute would increase slightly. An increase of 1 or 2 points was not bad. Of course, if one was extremely lucky, they could also obtain the innate talent of strong will. However, Su Len and the others were not very lucky. None of them had awakened the innate talent of strong will. After resting for a while, the group continued to move forward into the ruins. Some mutated insects and giant centipedes appeared. These things were not very strong. Su Len did not have to do anything. They were all taken care of by Hathaway, the Grey Dwarf, and the centaurs. As they continued to go deeper, more and more dilapidated ancient buildings appeared before Sullen's eyes. Su Len even recognized some mining equipment. However, after thousands of years, these equipment had become seriously rusty. Other than being melted down and reforged, there was no other use for them. The ruins were probably built on a vein of ore. Su Len and the others found many mines, but the equipment inside had long decayed. Some of the mines had also collapsed. Su Len picked up some ores to check, but he did not find much. The ores were very pure. It seemed that the ancient arcanists had been mining here for a long time. The veins near the surface were basically all mined. Now, many of these mines had become the nests of underground creatures. Su Len did not destroy the nests. He led the group deeper. Soon, Su Len found some magic lamps left on some stone pillars. These magic lamps had lost their power and could not work. Some were completely broken. There were some damaged walls and machinery around. This seemed to be the mine's factory. There were many traces of battle in this area. It was unknown who left them behind. There was a big explosion on the side. Many of the factory's walls were blown up, but they could still see the magnificence of this building. After arriving here, Su Len also felt the energy that shrouded this place. It made him feel a little depressed. Chapter 288. The area of the ruins was very large, and the periphery was a mining area. Su Len found a lot of railroad tracks and mining equipment, but they had all been abandoned. Su Len and the others did not stay there and continued to move deeper into the ruins. What's this? Su Len suddenly saw a flash of metal on the ground next to him. A grey dwarf next to him was very perceptive. He went up the wall and picked up the piece of metal from the rubble. The metal was a fragment of something unknown. Although it was damaged, there was no rust on the surface. The color was somewhat like gold, but the color was a little dim. This is arcanite, an alloy made in the era of the Arcane Empire. It can be used to replace adamantine. Of course, its effect is still not as good as adamantine, but its price is very low compared to adamantine, so it was widely used in many places in the Arcane Empire. Hathaway took a look and immediately identified the material of the metal. But this is because the ancient arcanists were rich. Now this arcanite is traded at the Wizard Fair for 500 kinnar per pound. The piece of arcanite found by Su Len was the size of a fist and weighed about 2 pounds. We just came in and we already have such a harvest. It seems that this secret realm is going to be rich. After passing through the ruins, everything around them was quickly displayed in front of them. This was a very large plaza. Behind the plaza was a dilapidated adept tower. The tower had been broken, and only a dozen meters high was left. The upper part was completely destroyed, and the square was full of broken walls. There were still some passages near the plaza, and there were many buildings in the surroundings. However, most of these buildings had already collapsed, and only a few of them were still relatively intact. These relatively intact buildings were not simple. Unsurprisingly, there were traces of arcane spells here. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Reserve energy activated. Defensive magic-powered guards activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the wall in front of them, and then several tall shadows appeared. There were not many of them, only 6 of them, but their aura was quite amazing. The whole ground trembled slightly. What are these? Several grey dwarves looked at the golems that came out and swallowed unconsciously. These are puppet golems from the era of the Arcane Empire. Su Len explained. Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with. Su Len was very surprised by the technology of the Arcane Kingdom. After thousands of years, the golem puppets passed down from the era of the Arcane Kingdom could still move. Target locked. Execute the attack order. After the golems locked onto Su Len and the others, they picked up their weapons and charged at them. These golems were different from the steel golems they had seen in the ruins of the secret realm. They were yellowish-green in color and looked like they were made of bronze. The 6 steel golems rushed up, and the dwarven defenders immediately raised their shields and rushed over. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and the dwarf warrior's axe hit the leg of the steel golem and bounced off. Not a single mark was left on the golem's body. Be careful, attack their joints. Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and instantly hit the chest of a puppet golem. The chest of the puppet golem was directly pierced, and at the same time, a powerful force of thunder and lightning broke out in an instant, destroying the runic array in the puppet golem. The eyes of the 3-meter-tall puppet golem flickered a few times and then dimmed. A gray dwarf rushed up, but before he could attack, he was kicked out by the puppet golem. Fortunately, the dwarves were all wearing heavy armor. Although they looked a little embarrassed, in fact, their lives were not in danger. Although these steel golems were strong, they were naturally not enough to face Su Len, a legendary strongman. After a while, the 3 puppet golems stopped moving. Although it seemed easy for Su Len to deal with these puppet golems, in fact, if ordinary adventurers encountered these golems, they would be in big trouble. The alloy steel craftsmanship of the era of the Arcane Kingdom could not be damaged by ordinary weapons. In many cases, even if the weapons were scrapped, they might not be able to destroy the golems. If one had to find an adjective to summarize it, it would be to use cold weapons to dismantle a tank. Golems were very resistant to spells and could ignore most of the negative states. To deal with them, in addition to blocking them, they could only break them down. Stone to mud. Hathaway's hand flashed, and then she gently pointed. The foot of another puppet golem that was attacking suddenly softened, and the originally hard rock turned into a muddy swamp. In a breath, the puppet golems sank into the swamp. Although the puppet golems were powerful, they had no place to borrow strength in the swamp and could only slowly descend. If they had enough energy, they could use energy to get out of here. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, it was a miracle that these golems could be activated, let alone have enough energy. Then Hathaway flashed a few more spells, and the remaining 2 golems were all trapped. The 3 puppet golems kept struggling in the swamp, but it was to no avail. After a while, these golems should have run out of energy and were completely motionless. These golems were brought back when we left. Many of the steel golems from the era of the Arcane Empire were lost in craftsmanship. I want to try and see if I can find the answer from them, Hathaway said after dealing with a few golems. Well, when we go back, we'll fish them out. Su Len nodded and said, Let's go. Let's see what's in this ruin. Su Len was still in a good mood after dealing with these golems. Su Len had already felt that the ruins were shrouded in a strange energy. He didn't know what it was that the ancient arcanists had built, but it was still effective until now. After entering the houses that were relatively well preserved, they didn't find anything valuable. After thousands of years, very few things could be preserved in good condition. There were a few pieces of armor that seemed to be well preserved, but when they were picked up, they were rusted beyond recognition. A gentle poke would leave a hole. After coming out of these houses, Su Len walked to the wizard tower next to him. In fact, he didn't have much hope. The wizard tower was even more damaged, and there were even fewer valuable things. Walking into the broken wizard tower, Su Len saw a large number of strange bottles and jars. The things inside had been completely decayed, and their original appearance could not be seen. He pushed open the small door next to him, and there was a laboratory behind the small door. In the middle of the room, there was a test bench with a lot of books on the shelves next to it. There were also a lot of materials under it. Although these materials looked intact, they instantly turned into a cloud of dust with a gentle touch. Some strange organs were sealed in some crystal vessels next to it. He didn't know what kind of creature they belonged to. These things had also completely lost their effectiveness due to the loss of magic power. Although many things here were completely damaged, Su Len still found some experiment logs. These experiment logs should be more important information, and they were recorded in a specially processed notebook. Arcane Calendar 1025, 12th of September. I found a special mineral in the underground mineral base in the north. When I first saw this mineral, I noticed that it was different. I swear, this is a brand new metal, and it also has other energy. Arcane Calendar 1025, October 3rd. I extracted 3 kilograms of metal from a ton of ore. This is a silver-white metal. Although I don't know the characteristics of this metal, I think I'm going to be rich this time. Next year on the Arcane Voice, I'll be on the cover. There was a missing part in the middle, as if it was erased by some force. Arcane Calendar 1026, May 8th. My discovery really surprised the people of the Nine Ring Council. They recognized my discovery, but they were unwilling to continue the research. They also warned that this metal is very dangerous. *T. These people are jealous of my research success and want me to give up. Then they will get the fruits of my labor. I will never let them succeed. Arcane Calendar 1026, October 13th. This is really a great metal. It can accelerate the mutation of species. A ferocious bear can actually overturn a ground dragon after mutation. This is really a great discovery. If we use it to cultivate our warriors, we will easily gain a lot of combat power. Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, 2nd of March, my first experiment failed. Although Bane's body had strengthened a lot, there were problems with his mind. He became manic and irritable, and his body after the mutation was not as perfect as I thought it would be. Well, I admit that it is very imperfect. Arcane Calendar 1027, April 7th. The experiment failed again. Bane's body also has problems. His body began to age rapidly and even deformed. Arcane Calendar 1027, May 2nd. The Nine Ring Tower sent people to investigate. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. They did not find out about my research. This group of stubborn old people should have been in their coffins long ago. Arcane Calendar 1027, August 6th. Why is this? I experimented on insects. Those insects successfully broke through the limit and became bigger and stronger, but why did it fail on humans? Year 1027 of the Arcana Calendar, December 23rd. I'm a genius. I've succeeded. I've succeeded in making a slave strong. It won't be long before my experiment will make those people's jaws drop. Year 1028 of the Arcana Calendar, February 4th. My experiment seems to have succeeded. That slave has started to change. Today was really dangerous. There was actually a slave who wanted to escape. I killed that slave and made him into a specimen to scare the other slaves. Chapter 289. Su Len was very satisfied after looking at the stats of the item. This weapon was tailor-made for him. The power of thunder combined with Sullen's own thunder territory made him even more powerful. Next, he would have to face the troll tribe. To Sullen's surprise, Xion brought the caravan back. The snow that fell 2 days ago did not cover the entire northern wasteland. At least, Xion and the caravan did not encounter it. As for why they were late, it was because there were too many people in the caravan. They spent too much time arranging the caravan. This time, the caravan spent 15,000 kinner and brought back more than 2,000 slaves. In addition to the normal slaves, Xion also bought more than 300 artisan slaves with various skills. They were only able to buy so many artisan slaves with the help of the caravan that cooperated with the northern fortress. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy them at all. There were also many refugees that followed them here. After a few months of advertising, the northern fortress had gained a lot of fame. Many refugees that could not survive were willing to follow the caravan to the northern fortress. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy. Please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 290. Move this body over. This creature doesn't seem to be that simple, Hathaway suddenly said just as the duergars were about to skin the monsters. 2 duergars carried the body over. Hathaway threw the monster's body directly on the workbench, then took out a space bag, took out a knife, pliers, tweezers, and a bunch of professional tools for dissecting, and then put on a protective suit. The whole process took only 2 minutes to complete. You want to dissect them? Sulan asked in surprise. Yes, this creature is a newly discovered creature. I need to understand its body structure and value, Hathaway said without looking up. Then she snapped her fingers, and an energy shield wrapped the monster's body. She then put on gloves and was ready to dissect it. Sulan looked around and looked at Hathaway. A 36D cutie bear girl suddenly took out a bunch of knives to dissect a monster. It was a bit strange. Hathaway didn't notice Sulan's expression. After getting ready, she began to dissect. As an alchemist, Hathaway was also very familiar with dissection. She accurately found the easiest part to dissect, and then quickly dissected the monster's body. Seeing her neat movements, Sulan suddenly felt a chill on his back. He watched as Hathaway dissected a complete body into pieces like a butcher dissecting an ox, and the internal organs were also placed aside. The scales on the monster's body were also separated, and the whole workbench was filled with various internal organs and materials of the monster. After dissecting, Hathaway took out some research tools like a microscope and other equipment from the space bag, and then began to analyze the materials. Seeing that Hathaway was busy, Sulan didn't want to disturb her. He could only start to search the ruins. Sir, we found some strange devices. At this time, a duergars ran over to report. Strange devices? Over there. Sulan's eyes lit up. The devices in the ruins were left behind from the time of the Arcane Empire, and many of the technologies were still not mastered. If they could find something good to study or repair, they might get unimaginable benefits. In the basement over there. Under the lead of the duergars, Sulan came to the abandoned building that was still intact. There was a staircase extending downwards in the building, and they went down the stairs to the basement. Because it had been closed for a long time, the air in the basement was very turbid. Sulan snapped his fingers and summoned 2 wind elementals to clean up the dust around them. At the same time, fresh air. The basement area was very large. Sulan roughly observed it. It was the size of a football field. After entering, Sulan clearly felt that the strange energy was getting stronger and stronger. Summoning a ball of light, Sulan began to observe the strange mechanical structure in the basement. It was made of red crystal mixed with a pale gold alloy. Sulan carefully observed for a while, and found that the structure of the device was not complicated. Combined with his knowledge of magic and machinery, Sulan roughly judged that it was a device used to amplify the energy field, and the range of coverage was just the range of the ruins. What is this device used for? Sulan frowned and then came to the middle of the device. The device was not damaged and was still working. After circling around the device, Sulan found the core of the device. After hesitating for a moment, Sulan opened the core of the device. The outer shell of the magical device slowly opened, and a cylinder rose from within. Above the cylinder, a small piece of silver-white metal emitting a strange energy field appeared in front of his eyes. This can't be the metal that the Arcanist found, right? The four-wheel card thought to himself. He immediately reacted to the metal in front of him. However, after seeing this piece of metal, Sulen suddenly felt that this metal seemed to be very similar to something he had learned about in his previous life. This can't be a nuclear material, can it? A thought suddenly appeared in Sulen's mind. He then began to compare the two in his mind. Nuclear radiation could kill creatures and also cause them to mutate, but this mutation was uncontrollable. However, the mutation in this ancient ruin was guided and interfered with by humans. Sulen had reason to believe that this piece of metal was a nuclear material. System, appraise it. Ding. Appraisal complete. The target is a high-purity metal, plutonium. This metal has a strong radiation property. Please take note. After hearing the system's prompt, Sulen's expression became very interesting. He did not expect the Arcanists to be so bold as to use this radioactive metal to induce mutations in living creatures. Judging from the monsters living in the ruins, their experiment was obviously a success. As for the Arcanist who was studying these mutated monsters everywhere, he had died long ago. It was no wonder that the elders of the Nine Ring Towers would oppose his continued research on this radiation mutation. It was really because the uncertainty and danger of this mutation was too high. Even if the human body in this world was good, if ordinary people were exposed to this radiation environment, the mortality rate was still very high. Of course, Sulen's current physical fitness had long been immune to this kind of radiation, and the Grey Dwarves and Centaurs were also not affected much. This metal plutonium was discovered in the later days of the Arcane Empire, but unlike the Arcanist who used it to induce mutation in creatures, other Arcanists studied elemental fission. It was said that this technology was used to provide a stable and huge amount of energy for the floating city. During the Arcane Empire, the floating city had an obstacle that could not be bypassed, and that was the Mice Energy Core. This was a magical energy core. Legend had it that this energy core was born during the era of the New Gods. It was made by some great Arcanists with the power of the goddess of magic. It could provide a huge amount of energy continuously and stably. It was also the appearance of the Mice Energy Core that made the appearance of the floating city a reality. As the saying went, success and failure depended on the same person. The Mice Energy Core had many advantages, such as continuous and stable energy, safety and efficiency, simple maintenance, huge energy, and so on. So for a long time, the floating city used the Mice Energy Core as its energy core. However, the Mice Energy Core had a fatal flaw, and that was, it had to be connected to the magic net. Only by connecting to the magic net with the help of the magic net, could it have that huge and almost miraculous energy. Once the magic net was lost, the energy of the Mice Energy Core would rapidly decline. After the Arcanists at that time discovered this problem, they began to study it continuously. Their research had two directions. One was to try the artificial magic net, and the other was to completely abandon the Mice Energy Core and then research and replace it with a new energy source. In the battle between the Arcanists and the gods, the magic net had collapsed, but the floating cities of the Arcanists hadn't become mere decorations. It was clear that the Arcanists had succeeded, but it was unknown how far they had gone. After that great war, a lot of information about the Arcanists had been erased by the gods. It was also because this world was not the main material plane that the gods were most concerned about, and the power of the gods was somewhat insufficient, so a lot of information about the Arcane Empire was secretly preserved by the wizards. However, the artificial magic net and elemental fission technology were still not left behind. According to the information passed down, the Arcanists had entered the interstellar era. After all, they were able to colonize planes, and the wizard civilization of this world had not yet stepped out of the plane. Only some powerful wizards relied on their own power to enter the astral world and carry out some interstellar travel. Overall, the current civilization was still far from the heyday of the Arcanists. After all, this was an extraordinary world. Sometimes, a person's power could be so strong that it could destroy the world. For example, if a legendary spellcaster was given time to cast a level 9 spell, Meteorite, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a city. To be able to enter the astral world, one had to be at least a legend. It was said that the danger level of the astral world was at least level 16, but few people would venture into the astral world before entering the legendary realm. It was not an adventure, it was a death wish. To explore the astral world, one had to be at least a high-level legend. Many evil gods lived in the astral world, and the vast majority of ancient dragons, archaic dragons, and so on. Once you encountered them, you would not even have a chance to escape if you were below the legendary realm. Although the legendary masters could not defeat them, escaping was not a problem. After all, they had left the material plane. Although there was no protection from the plane, The restrictions of the plane were also loosened. A teleportation spell here was much more difficult and far than in the material plane. Su Len asked the Grey Dwarf to find a heavy lead box, and then put the silver-white metal into the box. As the metal was put into the lead box, Su Len keenly found that the strange energy that had shrouded the whole ruins had completely disappeared. In other parts of the ruins, with the disappearance of the energy field, other creatures in the ruins had some sense, and all the mutant animals became restless. After putting away the metal, Su Len did not leave. He intended to dismantle the equipment and transport it back. Taking out a few magic crystals, Su Len used image photography to save the image of the equipment, and then carefully dismantled it. These Grey Dwarves were indeed good craftsmen. Although it was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of equipment, these Grey Dwarves did a very good job. In addition to using image photography to save image data, these Grey Dwarves also drew a blueprint, on which all the parts were numbered. Then these parts were also recorded in that location. After dismantling all these parts, all the parts were carefully preserved, and then put into sullen storage space. However, there were still too many parts, and the storage space could not fit them all. In the end, he could only let the Grey Dwarves carry them. Chapter 291. It took some time to dismantle all the parts of the equipment and transport them away. Su Len also left the basement. Back on the surface of the ruins, Hathaway was still studying the monsters. The ruins were almost completely searched by the Grey Dwarfs, but there was nothing valuable except for the equipment. "Are you done with your research? We're ready to go." Su Len looked at Hathaway, who was still studying, and said, "The results will be out soon. Wait for me," Hathaway said impatiently. Then she left Su Len there and continued her research. "Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not 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 finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not finished yet. See it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet finished yet. Not yet yet. I'm not done yet. I'll look at it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See 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 it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Not yet, not yet. See it in 10 minutes. Chapter 292. Quartz ore was not rare in the northern lands. The composition of quartz ore and sand were very similar. Even if there was no quartz ore, sand could be used as a substitute. As for the mushroom plants, they could collect some from the surroundings of the relics. It was not difficult to cultivate mushroom plants, and the requirements for the environment were not high. Su Luan collected all kinds of mushroom plants in the relics, and then brought back all the remaining crystal beasts in the relics. There were not many crystal beasts. Excluding the ones that had died, there were only 26 crystal beasts left. These crystal beasts were all placed in cages and transported back. After searching the hidden realm one last time and finding nothing valuable, Su Len led the caravan back. As they left the square, the monsters in the ruins ran out of their nests. There were deathclaws worms, giant centipedes, and a kind of giant beetle that looked like a tank. These bugs immediately rushed up when they saw Su Len and the others. Summon magic creatures. A hexagram array rose from the ground, and in the next second, 4 vigorous silhouettes rushed out of the array. They were the 4 silver wolves. These wolves were 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and had strong bodies. Their claws and teeth were sharp. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the mutant bugs. These wolves cooperated with each other. 2 of them harassed the bugs, while the other 2 attacked. If it were not for the tough shells of the mutant bugs, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Reduce defense. Everyone, get ready. Greater group haste. Group enchantment weapon. Rays of light flashed from Sullen's body, and everyone immediately felt their bodies fill with power. The centaurs kept shooting arrows at the bugs. The steel arrowheads fiercely pierced through the gaps in the bug's shells, and green blood spurted out. After the duergars were buffed with spells, they rushed forward with their short legs as if they were flying. These duergars had experience dealing with giant beetles, so they attacked the beetles' limbs in groups. Their sharp axes constantly chopped at the beetles' leg joints. The giant beetles didn't even have time to resist before their legs were cut off. Their huge bodies fell to the ground, and then they were swarmed by the grey dwarves and completely wiped out. A few barbarian berserkers roared and rushed up with giant axes in their hands. These 2-meter-tall burly men with bulging muscles jumped onto the back of the death pincer beetle. The powerful impact directly smashed the death pincer beetle to the ground, and the giant axes in their hands chopped down towards its head. Even though they were protected by a tough shell, the barbarians' monstrous strength was enough to shatter their shell with just a few swings of the axe. Blood splattered everywhere. The death beetles shook their bodies in pain, trying to shake off the people on their backs. However, the barbarians were standing on top of them so they couldn't shake them off. In just a few breaths of time, the movements of the death beetles became smaller and smaller until they finally collapsed. Fireball. Chain lightning. Ice storm. Hathaway pointed the staff in her hand, and a large fireball fell in the middle of the giant centipedes. A huge explosion sounded, and the surrounding giant centipedes were blown to pieces. A bolt of lightning flashed back and forth on the battlefield, and a few giant centipedes were numb all over. Countless ice blades appeared out of thin air and spun quickly. Wherever the whirlwind of ice blades passed, a large number of monsters were directly cut into pieces, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As everyone cleared out the various mutant monsters in the ruins, the number of mutant monsters decreased rapidly. With the support of Su Len and Hathaway's spells, the whole battle became very simple. In the past, these thick-skinned monsters were a headache to deal with, but with all kinds of spells, their weapons could easily tear through their defenses. With the cooperation of Su Len and Hathaway, the whole battle became very easy. Although there were many mutant monsters that rushed up, they didn't make any waves. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, these monsters were either killed or escaped. After collecting the spoils of war, they mainly consisted of insect shells. Regardless of whether it was the giant beetle, the giant centipede, or the death pincerworm, these monsters all had a large number of shells on their bodies. These shells were hard and tough, and many of them could be used as a good tower shield after some simple repairs. After collecting the spoils of war, the group returned to the goblin tribe. After meeting up with the troops left behind, they escorted all the goblins back. When they came, the army was lightly armed, but when they returned, not only did they have nearly 1,000 more slaves, but they also had a dozen more carriages. The speed of the team's advance became much slower. The surrounding monsters had long gone around the large army when they saw them. On the way, Su Len and the others didn't encounter any enemies. This exploration of the ruins took 3 days, and it ended satisfactorily. The rewards were also very great. After returning to the Minotaur's camp, Su Len handed the newly captured goblin slaves to the drows for training. With the addition of the kobolds, the Minotaur's camp soon had a labor force of nearly 5,000 people. Su Len named the city Crete and ordered a large number of slaves to start the construction of the city, including the Minotaurs. The underground world had no shortage of rocks. More than 200 Minotaurs, under the command of Chris, began to mine the rocks. After the Grey Dwarves repaired them, they began to build the city. Crete wasn't large, and there weren't many permanent residents. Most of the time, it was used as a transit station to transport the minerals mined from the surrounding mines. Su Len specially built a teleportation portal in Crete and appointed Chris as the city lord of Crete. Su Len was severely lacking in management talents. He had no choice but to let Chris stay in Crete for the time being. However, with the teleportation portal, Chris could return to Northern Citadel at any time. She could even manage the city during the day and take care of the cannons in Northern Citadel at night. With the support of the obsidian mine in Crete, the construction of the Wizard Tower in Northern Citadel continued. Su Len didn't stay in Northern Citadel for long. He had to build a suitable breeding base for the crystal beasts as soon as possible. Before the breeding base was completed, Su Len allocated a piece of land in Northern Citadel for the crystal beasts to live in temporarily. After arriving in the new environment, the crystal beasts quickly adapted. Perhaps it was because of the lack of radiation, but the crystal beasts looked a little dispirited. The crystal beasts were fed with sand and mushrooms collected by Sullen's people. The meat was mostly fish. Northern Citadel was still lacking in beef and mutton, so it was impossible to feed the crystal beasts. However, fish was a good choice. Su Len planned to build the breeding base in the secret plane. The elemental energy there was abundant, and the place was hidden enough. As long as the equipment was reassembled, it would be perfect for the crystal beasts to breed. After arriving at the secret plane through the teleportation portal and being repaired by the harpies, the secret plane finally looked a little more human. It wasn't as broken and desolate as it used to be. "Welcome back, Master." Tower Spirit No. 1's voice sounded in his ear. "Long time no see, Tower Spirit No. 1, Su Len greeted casually. "Master, this is the progress of the secret plane's restoration, as well as the list of materials needed." Tower Spirit No. 1 projected a light screen, which recorded all kinds of materials. Just looking at some of them made Sullen's scalp tingle. Although most of them were ordinary materials, the price was still painful for Su Len. "All right, Tower Spirit No. 1, you should know the value of these materials. We don't have enough money to buy them, so we can only repair some of them," Su Len said, rubbing his forehead. "By the way, I got some iron golems this time. Do you have any way to control them?" "Master, I can try to control the iron golems. It will take time to break their soul barrier," Tower Spirit No. 1 said. "That's good. These iron golems are useless anyway. You can take your time to break them." Su Len nodded, then took out a few iron golems from his storage space. Out of the 6 iron golems, 3 were damaged, and 3 were still intact. However, These three were controlled by Su Len using a special method. They couldn't resist at all. Connecting to the iron golems. As soon as the iron golems appeared, Tower Spirit number 1 started working. A wave of soul fluctuation appeared. The iron golems instantly fell into a daze. The red light in their eyes began to flicker. Connecting successful. Deciphering, analyzing target's defense mechanism. Simulation of defense mechanism successful. Beginning invasion. Invasion successful. Modifying target's original program. Reconfiguring target's program. Along with the cold mechanical voice of Tower Spirit number 1, a large amount of energy gushed out from the elemental pool for Tower Spirit number 1 to consume. The iron golems suddenly seemed to have malfunctioned. Their bodies kept spinning. Modification complete. Successfully controlled the iron golems. Authorization modification complete. The current highest authorization is set to Su Len. Setup successful. Equipment restarting. As a legendary level Tower Spirit number 1 had a crushing advantage over low-level Tower Spirits and iron golems. These iron golems were successfully modified by Tower Spirit number 1. From today onwards, there were a few more iron golems in the secret realm. The remaining 3 iron golems were damaged. However, Su Len didn't destroy them when he destroyed them. Their damage wasn't serious. After being scanned by the Tower Spirit, it was completely capable of repairing them. It only needed to replace or repair the parts and cores of the iron golems. There were many iron golems in the secret realm that had lost their repair value. There were many intact parts left in these iron golems. They could be replaced directly. Chapter 293. Next, Tower Spirit number 1 controlled the steel golems and began to repair them. The 3 damaged iron golems were quickly dismantled, revealing the complicated rune circuits and various components inside. Then, they began to be repaired. Tower Spirit, show me the map of the secret plane, Su Len said as he lay on a sofa. A light flashed, and a 3D image of the secret plane appeared in front of Su Len. Zoom in on the northern mountains, Su Len said after looking at it for a while. Zoomed in on the selected area. Encircle this area. Marking complete. On the 3D image map, the area that Su Len marked out was already marked in red. It was not a big area, with an area of 20,000 square meters. Su Len transformed it into the habitat of the crystal beasts. The Tower Spirit separated the area with a dimensional circle. This area was separated from the outside world. Su Len began to modify this area. First, he dug out a basement under this area. Then, he took out the equipment that he dismantled from the ruins and reassembled it. Su Len did this himself. When he dismantled the equipment, Su Len noticed that this equipment had the help of a rune circle. Su Len also recorded the rune circle, but he still needed Hathaway to set it up. Although Su Len had learned a lot of spells and spell theories, he still lacked a lot of knowledge about rune circles. After all, he did not learn about wizards since he was young. This kind of rune circle involved a lot of theoretical knowledge and rune technology, so it was still very difficult for him. Su Len was now cramming on these basic knowledge. If he wanted to go further on the path of becoming a wizard, he had to master these things. Sullen's part-time wizard rank had reached the beginner level. Because this equipment was well prepared, Su Len used his own knowledge to verify the equipment as he installed it. Therefore, the installation speed was not fast. However, it was all worth it. After he figured out how this equipment worked, Su Len could try to produce it himself in the future. He did not have to worry about the equipment being damaged. In fact, this equipment that Su Len dismantled from the ruins was already showing signs of aging. After all, it had been operating for thousands of years. Although it was protected by a rune circle, it was almost reaching its limit. After the assembly was completed and it could operate normally, Su Len would gradually replace this equipment. After a week of exploration and assembly, Su Len finally finished assembling this equipment. He also figured out how it worked inside. After the assembly was completed, Su Len asked Hathaway to set up a rune circle here. He then reconnected a crystal energy pipe from the elemental pool. The whole project took another 3 days. The total cost of the materials was around 130,000 gold nars. By now, Su Luen had gained a whole new understanding of how much money wizards could burn. Although wizard items were expensive, there were not many rich wizards. Wizard research and all kinds of experiments were too expensive. Even if you gave them 100 million kinner, these wizards could spend it all, and they would not squander it recklessly. Not to mention other things, even 100 million kinner might not be enough to build a secret realm like Sullen's. After all, it was not easy to set up a space-folding circle that could perfectly hide such a large piece of land in a space crack. After installing the rune circle and the radiation strengthening equipment, Su Len checked a few more times. After making sure everything was normal, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, this farm had caused his treasury to shrink even further. The funds he got from the Grey Dwarves were basically all gone. Fortunately, once this farm was built, it would continue to produce magic crystals. With this farm, Su Len could obtain a stable supply of magic crystals. Su Len also planned to set up a research lab to study the modification of these crystal beasts. Since magic crystals were a mineral resource, if they could be obtained this way, then other gemstones could be obtained in the same way. If he could successfully research it, he would be able to obtain a stable supply of gemstones. Many wizards' experiments required magic gemstones as materials. It could be said that wizards were the biggest consumers of magic gemstones. After making sure the equipment was working properly, Su Len took a deep breath and relaxed. After he had completely calmed down, he took out a heavy lead box from his storage and opened it. There was a piece of plutonium inside. He placed the plutonium in the center of the equipment and turned it off. Su Len suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tower Spirit 1, connect to the energy channel of the farm." Energy channel opened. Elemental pool beginning to output energy. As the Tower Spirit's cold mechanical voice sounded, the channel in the elemental pool opened. A light blue energy rushed out of the channel, and the entire basement was illuminated by this energy. Buzz buzz buzz. A low buzzing sound was heard, and the rune circle quickly lit up. A strong wave of energy came from the center, and the radiation strengthening equipment in the middle slowly activated. A strange energy instantly shrouded the area. At first, this special energy was not very strong, but as time passed, the intensity of the energy increased rapidly. In less than a minute, the intensity of the radiation in the surroundings had reached the intensity that Su Len felt in the underground world. Looks like it's a success. Feeling the radiation around him, Su Len let out a sigh of relief. Then hurry up and move those crystal beasts here. The sooner we start the breeding, the sooner we can harvest, Hathaway said happily. There's no rush. The food for those crystal beasts is not ready yet. Let's plant the food first, Su Len said with a smile. The crystal beasts' main food sources were quartz stones and mushroom plants. With the help of the Tower Spirit, Su Len and Hathaway changed the environment of this area, making it suitable for mushroom plants to grow. At the same time, they also changed the environment to be suitable for crystal beasts to grow. After everything was arranged, Su Len moved the crystal beasts here. As soon as they entered the breeding area, the crystal beasts became very active. Seeing that the crystal beasts were living a good life here, Su Len let out a sigh of relief. After the crystal beast breeding area was completed, Su Len left the secret world and returned to Northern Town. Northern Town was still a big construction site, and the whole city was under construction. More than 60,000 people were working on the construction. The walls of the Northern Citadel were being constructed at a rapid pace every day. Once this section of the wall was completed, the expansion of the Northern Citadel would be halted. Right now, the Northern Citadel had enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. Sullen's territory had more than 100,000 people, but only 40,000 had houses. The rest were still living in the camps outside the city. Other than the housing construction, there were other supporting facilities, such as roads, plazas, gardens, public bathrooms, public toilets, and the city's water and drainage system. Other than that, the outer city of Northern Town was divided into different areas, such as the workshop area, the trading area, the business area, and the military area. Su Len had high hopes for this city. Northern Town had become very busy. Su Len rode around the city on his Pegasus, and he realized that there was a shortage of low-level officials in the city. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Mirror Lake City also needed low-level officials, and those low-level officials were all transferred from Northern Town. In addition to these, Su Luen was also looking for a suitable place in Northern Town City. He was planning to build the arcane garden of wonders he obtained last time. This kind of arcane garden was also called the Sky Garden because it was built on the ground. The arcane garden was very beautiful. It was powered by magic energy, and it could keep the flowers blooming all year round. All kinds of fountains and fake mountains complemented the garden, making it look very beautiful. Arcane gardens were not only for viewing, but they also had many other powerful effects. For example, having an arcane garden could increase the chances of newborns being born with wizard talent. It was not easy to become a wizard. Normally, all the big wizard organizations would recruit new blood in their territory regularly. Under normal circumstances, the test would be conducted on children between the ages of 8 to 12. Children at this age would have already shown their potential as a wizard, and this was the best time to cultivate a wizard. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to spend more time to make up for it. After these children were trained, most of them would become wizard apprentices before the age of 16. It was not that easy to become a wizard. Becoming a wizard was only the first step. If they couldn't become a beginner wizard before the age of 30, it would be very difficult for them to become a wizard in the future. Only when they became a beginner wizard could they be considered a real wizard. Northern Town City was already building a wizard tower. Once the tower was completed, it would recruit a large number of wizard apprentices, and Sullen's wizard organization would be officially established. The more children that had the potential to become a wizard, the more wizards there would be, and the more powerful Northern Town City would be. Building an arcane garden was a must. Other than increasing the potential of newborns, an arcane garden was also a botanical garden. He could grow all kinds of magic plants here, and it could also increase the growth rate of the plants. Although Su Len already had his own mystery mirror, no one would complain about having too many botanical gardens. The environment for those magic plants to grow was very harsh. Artificial magic plants would more or less be less effective, but the magic plants in an arcane garden did not. It was just that the arcane garden could only be a dream. Su Len walked around Northern Town City a few times, and he finally found a suitable piece of land. He circled it and set it aside to build his arcane garden in the future. Chapter 294. Building an arcane garden required a large number of magic crystals. Although it did not require magic crystals of high quality, the area of the arcane garden would consume a lot of magic crystals. The location Su Luen chose to build the arcane garden was to the southeast of the city. Previously, this place was supposed to be the location of the city's garden, but due to the third phase of the Northern Citadel project, the construction of this unimportant area was temporarily halted. Now, this place was still a construction site, and it was perfect for the arcane garden. He had only confirmed the location of the arcane garden. As for the construction of the Northern Citadel, it would have to wait until the construction of the Northern Citadel's walls or houses were completed. Although he did not lack the basic materials, the core material of the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. Su Len did not have it yet. With the legendary elemental core, the arcane garden could create an elemental harmonious environment. It could be adjusted according to the needs of various magical plants. Su Len did not have a legendary elemental core now. Elemental cores were usually produced in elemental creatures. In nature, they would only occasionally be produced in places with rich elemental energy. Elemental cores had many uses and were expensive. As for legendary elemental cores, they could only be obtained in the elemental plane. Of course, if you killed a legendary elemental creature, you would also obtain a legendary elemental core. However, elemental creatures of this level were not easy to deal with. According to the habits of elemental creatures, there would always be some weaker elemental creatures around a 4 great elemental elder. Dealing with a 4 great elemental elder was actually dealing with a group of monsters. Sullen's current strength was enough for him to kill one of the 4 great elemental elders. Of course, that was a one-on-one situation. However, the 4 great elemental elders had many followers with them. They also knew elemental summoning. If he was not careful, he would be ganged up on. Elemental creatures like the Fire Elemental Elder basically lived in the Fire Elemental Plane. That was their home ground. Su Len did not have the ability to travel between planes. Even Hathaway did not have the ability to travel between planes. Only legendary spellcasters could travel between planes or build an interplane teleportation circle. The elemental plane was not very friendly to humans. Take the Fire Elemental Plane for example. It was full of poisonous smoke, lava, and flames. Ordinary people could not survive more than a minute there. It was for this reason that only legendary mages could obtain legendary-level elemental cores. Of course, not all elemental elders lived in elemental planes. There were ancient ruins, ancient seals, or some extreme environments in the prime material plane. It was possible to encounter such legendary creatures. Of course, these places could also have sealed ancient evils, hatred, or high-level demons. In short, they would not be simple characters. Su Len had a legendary-level soul crystal in his hands. If there was a legendary-level spellcaster, he could try to use this soul crystal to exchange. Unfortunately, he did not know any legendary-level spellcasters. He rode the Pegasus around the territory. After arriving at the surface world, the Pegasus was very excited. It seemed that it did not like the environment of the underground world. To be honest, Su Len did not like it either. It was dark all day long, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Seeing the Pegasus' restless appearance, Su Len had no choice but to do as he wished. He gently squeezed the Pegasus's abdomen, and the Pegasus immediately rushed out. As it ran, a strange elemental force enveloped the Pegasus. As it ran, clouds appeared on its 4 hooves. Then, the Pegasus directly soared into the air and ran quickly into the distance. Look, that horse is flying. At the construction site of Northtown City, a worker was tired from work. He was about to raise his head to wipe his sweat and rest for a moment. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a handsome horse soar into the air. Old Grim, are you dizzy from all the work? How can a horse fly? I heard that there is bacon tonight. If you don't have enough work points, then you won't be able to eat it. A middle-aged man next to him was digging the earth with his bare arms. The skin on his back was tanned and shiny. I'm not seeing things. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, look up. It's right there. Grim pointed to the sky and shouted. The surrounding workers also heard it. Many people took this as a joke and were ready to laugh at him after seeing it. However, as soon as they took a glance, they were instantly stunned. What do you think? Is that another horse flying? Grim looked at the stunned expressions of the people around him with a complacent look. That's a Pegasus. The Pegasus is God's mount. There's someone on the back of the horse. Seeing that there was really a Pegasus, the construction site directly exploded. More and more people noticed the Pegasus in the air. At the same time, many people saw Su Len on the back of the horse. That seems to be the Lord. It's the Lord on the back of the Pegasus. How can the Lord have God's mount? That must be a gift from God. The Lord is the God's messenger. Soon, this statement was accepted by the group of workers, serfs, and refugees below. Even the grassroots officials of the northern town accepted this statement. Then, this group of people stopped working. They kneeled on the ground and loudly cheered, "Long live the God's messenger, long live the Lord," and so on. Don't think that the knowledge of the commoners in this era was high. Although this world had extraordinary powers, these commoners did not understand these powers. Moreover, even in his previous life in the 21st century with advanced technology and civilization, as a superpower, there were still many people who did not believe that the earth was round. They still stubbornly believed that the earth was flat. Su Len also heard the cheers below. This made him suddenly feel a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. Because you rode the Pegasus across the sky, your subjects worship you. The popular sentiment of the northern town has increased by 20 points. Damn, just riding the Pegasus in the sky can increase the popular sentiment by 20 points. This is too exaggerated. At this moment, a few black spots flew from a distance. They were the Cryopterus domesticated in the northern town. After these Cryopterus saw the Pegasus, they flew over curiously. The leader was Sullen's Ice Quetzalcoatlus. After seeing Su Len riding the Pegasus, it flew over directly and looked at the Pegasus curiously. However, the Pegasus did not care about these Euron at all. According to the bloodline level, it was 1 level higher than those Euron. The Pegasus' arrogance seemed to have angered the Cryopterus. The Cryopterus kept chirping at it and quickly flew over here. Then, they flew back again with a provocative look. Seeing this scene, Su Len did not stop them. He also wanted to see the Pegasus' flying speed and the training of these Quetzalcoatlus. After realizing that the Pegasus did not respond, these Quetzalcoatlus began to become more aggressive. One by one, they flew back and forth arrogantly around the Pegasus. Neigh! A horse's neigh that resounded through the sky came from the Pegasus' mouth. Then, the Pegasus' 4 hooves suddenly jumped, and its speed increased again. The Pegasus rushed forward quickly like a meteor. One of the Quetzalcoatlus that was about to fly past the Pegasus was blown far away by the sudden acceleration of the Pegasus. It took a long time for it to stabilize its body. After seeing the Pegasus suddenly accelerate, the other Quetzalcoatlus immediately flapped their wings and flew out. The Quetzalcoatlus flying ability was even better than that of a real dragon. However, it was obvious that they had chosen the wrong opponent this time. The Pegasus figure quickly flew across the sky. Those Quetzalcoatlus could not catch up with it even if they used all their strength. They could only watch the Pegasus figure get farther and farther away. Sullen's vision blurred. Then, he saw the scenery on the ground quickly retreating. The Pegasus was running in the air happily. It even deliberately rushed into the clouds in the sky and stirred them up. The Pegasus ran wildly in the air for about an hour. Only then did it slowly slow down and return to the northern city. After such an activity, the little fellow was finally satisfied. Sulen asked the guards to send the little fellow back to the newly built stable. The Pegasus had high requirements for food and living environment. This fellow was unwilling to enter the previous stable no matter what. In the end, Sulen found some craftsmen and used high-grade materials to build a stable. Only then did it walk in. As for food, other than fresh grass and eggs, the Pegasus also needed special food. It was a kind of magic plant, star grass. This kind of magic plant would bloom with starry flowers. It was also very easy to cultivate. However, other than feeding the Pegasus, it had no other use. Sulen specially found a piece of land in the secret realm to plant it. It was specially used to feed the Pegasus. Although riding a Pegasus was very cool, it also required a lot of money to raise such a horse. After all, although stargrass was easy to cultivate, it was still a magic plant. It was easy to cultivate compared to other magic plants. A Pegasus consumed dozens of kilograms of grass every day. Star grass accounted for most of it. In order to keep up with the consumption, 3 acres of star grass were planted in the secret realm. If they were to plant other magic plants, the annual income would easily exceed 300,000 kinner. After sending the little fellow back to the stable, Sulen stretched his body and began to deal with the affairs of the territory. Because the little succubus Chris was in Crete, all the affairs of the northern city were handed over to him. After the population had multiplied several times, there were a lot of things to do in the northern city. Most of them were trivial matters. Sulen spent more than 2 hours to deal with the day's affairs. This can't go on. I need to set up a staff to help me deal with these affairs. Sulen pinched his sore eyebrows and slapped his thigh. It was too much of a waste of time to deal with these affairs for 2 or 3 hours a day. He didn't want to waste all his time on these problems. Setting up a staff was to relieve him of these burdensome affairs. The general affairs of the territory would be handled by them. He only needed to see the results. Only the important matters would be handed over to them. Chapter 295. Normally, all nobles would have their own team of advisors. Many of them would serve the noble for life, and some would even serve the noble family for generations. Most of these staffs were trained by the nobles themselves and were highly loyal. Only the nobles had the financial resources and strength to do so. Some other nobles would also form their own staffs, such as the ministers of the king and so on. Sulen didn't have such a strong foundation, so he didn't have his own advisors. Therefore, he planned to build one himself. He selected some smart and capable people from the city's management staff to form his personal team of advisors. Of course, this kind of advisors wouldn't be good. They had no experience in many things, so Sulen had to solve them. However, they learned quickly. With the help of this advisor team, Sulen could finally relax a little. Northern Battlefront City basically didn't have any external threats. After the orcs were defeated, they directly retreated to the north. The human army didn't continue to pursue them. To the humans, it was a thankless task. In the wasteland outside the Blackstone Fortress, the weather was cold, the land was barren, and there were no roads. If the humans wanted to pursue the orcs, they had to prepare a lot of logistics. Moreover, when they reached the wasteland, the humans had to constantly be on guard against the attacks of other races. The logistics team needed a lot of manpower to protect, and there were no roads in the wasteland. It wasn't easy to catch up with the orcs. If they chased too fast, they would have to worry about falling into a trap. Even after entering the wasteland, it was easy to be ambushed. Once the supply line was cut off, the army at the front would collapse in a few days. In history, The human kingdoms had entered the wastelands several times to completely solve the orc problem. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Most of the time, the orcs led the human army to run around. At this time, the human army was cut off from their supplies, exhausted, and without logistical support, the strength of the entire army fell. Then, they were besieged by the orcs, and naturally suffered heavy losses. After a few such lessons, very few people would do it now. Moreover, the humans had suffered heavy losses in this war. The orcs had invaded at this time, and many cities' food had been plundered. There were also some places that had been plundered, and those that hadn't been plundered in time had been burned to ashes. Now they still needed help from the kingdoms, so they naturally didn't want to waste food and continue chasing. Right now, many territories were organizing large-scale farming. They wanted to harvest a season's worth of autumn food before winter. They didn't want a large number of civilians to freeze or starve to death. Although the nobles didn't care about the casualties of the commoners, once a large number of commoners died, it would definitely affect their rule. After all, a large part of their taxes came from taxes. If all the civilians died, who would they look for to collect taxes? In order to resume production, many nobles had already purchased grain seeds and farming tools from Northern Town City. There was plenty of grain in Northern Town City. As long as the money was in place, all kinds of supplies would be delivered quickly. Because of the arrival of these caravans, Northern Town City had become even more prosperous. After the orc army left, the human side also started to make a post-war summary. All kinds of benefits and factions also started to divide up. Although the death of Marquis Winter severely damaged the strength of the royal family, they still had the upper hand after gaining the support of Sulen. Of course, even with Sulen's support, the royal family couldn't help but give up some things. After all, Sulen wasn't Winter, who could help the royal family unconditionally. In fact, even the royal family had some concerns about this cooperation. Lancelot had also successfully completed the king's task, but the royal family and Su Luen had only made a verbal agreement and had not signed a document yet. Therefore, while Lancelot was wrangling with the aristocratic parliament, he sent a messenger to the king's city to formally send a messenger to Northern Town City to sign the agreement. As for the political alliance between the royal family and Sulen, the Florentine royal family felt that it wasn't reliable. Such agreements had been torn up too many times in history. After knowing that Sulen wasn't married, they wanted to marry Sulen. Such political marriages were very common in the continent. The royal family now had several princesses of suitable age. Exchanging a princess for a legendary ally was a good deal. The nobles in the north had suffered heavy losses in this orc invasion. Some noble families had even disappeared. After these noble families had no heirs, their territories would be taken back by the kingdom. Of course, some nobles who fled before the battle would be arrested and imprisoned. In serious cases, they would even be stripped of their titles. Now, the nobles were arguing very seriously. After all, those territories had already been developed. As long as they sent people to take over, it would be fine. Both the king and the nobles wanted a piece of this fat meat. For the nobles, death wasn't the harshest punishment. The heaviest punishment was stripping them of their noble status. Sometimes, a noble status required the efforts of several generations. Once they lost the status, those people would fall from the clouds and the whole family would struggle to move forward. Of course, this punishment was rarely used unless a serious mistake was made. During the orc invasion, almost all the nobles in the north had participated in the battle. At the same time, almost a quarter of the population of the northern provinces had been recruited as soldiers, totaling more than 400,000 people. These soldiers would quickly leave after the battle. At the same time, the orc invasion had caused a lot of casualties. Sulen had also migrated more than 100,000 people from the northern provinces. Not only were the northern provinces short of food, but they were also short of population. Now that the northern provinces were quickly recovering their production, Sulen wouldn't be able to migrate a large number of people from the northern provinces in the next few years. If they wanted to increase their population quickly, they would have to buy from other countries. Sulen was also preparing to establish a duchy. Now that the northern city had a population of more than 100,000 people, a powerful army, and rich resources, it wouldn't be difficult to establish a duchy with enough military power and economic wealth. And this time, due to the invasion of the orcs, although the kingdom of Florence had repelled the orcs, its strength was severely weakened and it needed time to recuperate. Moreover, Suren had signed a political alliance agreement with the royal family of Florence. It could be said that the obstacles to the establishment of a principality had been reduced to the lowest level. If the northern city wasn't still under construction, Sulen would have already announced the establishment of a duchy. But now, he could only wait until the northern city was completed. He couldn't rush to announce the establishment of a duchy before the capital was built. When the time came, a large group of refugees would live in the camps, and the capital's city walls wouldn't be completed. It wouldn't look good on Sulen. According to tradition, the establishment of a duchy needed to invite some countries to observe the ceremony. At the same time, they would also act as witnesses. They couldn't wait until the ambassadors of the surrounding countries arrived and found out that the northern city was still a big construction site. Sulen couldn't afford to lose face, so the establishment of a duchy could only wait until the third phase of the northern city was almost completed. In fact, on the system panel of Sulen, the conditions to upgrade a duchy had already been met. The population of the northern city was more than 100,000 people. After the city's upgrade was completed, Sulen could announce the establishment of a duchy. Several countries that had trade relations with the northern city, such as Florence, the Southern States Alliance, the Desert Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Lorenza, had all expressed that they would send ambassadors to observe the ceremony. After the establishment of a duchy, Sulen could be considered as one of the forces on the continent, although it was only the lowest duchy among the many countries on the continent. Hathaway was very busy now. In addition to repairing the secret realm every day, she had to plant all kinds of magical plants. At the same time, she had to take care of the Wizard Tower's construction. Fortunately, she had Karina, Grace, and Alex to help her. Karina and Grace now had level 3 access to the secret realm. Sulen still thought it was funny how Karina and Grace were stunned when they saw the secret realm for the first time. They used to be the leaders of the Drows and half-elves, respectively. They had always been calm in front of Sulen. That time, they had seriously lost their composure. Karina and Grace were pleasantly surprised when they found out that Northtown City had such a huge secret dimension. As 4th-level spellcasters, they were very clear about the function of a secret dimension. Such a huge secret dimension could easily supply the needs of a wizard organization. Sulen divided an area from the secret realm and gave it to the two of them. The land could be used to plant magical plants and also be used for breeding. When Sulen came to the secret realm again, the two areas had been planted with all kinds of magical plants. Karina was planting bloody datura, weeping grass, shadow flower, and so on. Grace was planting golden oak, sunflower, exploding pepper, more coffee, thorn vine, and so on. Suluan also planted these materials in the secret realm. He kept some for himself, and he planned to sell the rest. After all, there weren't many wizards in Northern Town City, and they didn't need so many magic materials. There were still many places in the secret realm that had not been planted. Although he wanted to plant all of them, there were too few people, so he could only leave them empty for now. Sometimes, Sulen wanted to catch some fairies and make them his slaves. Fairies were not big creatures, only a dozen centimeters tall. They were beautiful and ugly, but they were born smart. However, they were not very powerful. They could help wizards grow magical plants. Unfortunately, due to many reasons, there were very few fairies left. These fairies were now hiding in some dangerous areas and rarely appeared in the outside world. Some large wizard organizations even had fairies living in them. Sulen planned to trade with those organizations when he had the chance. Chapter 296. Sulen observed the growth of the crystal beasts. With the presence of radiation, the crystal beasts didn't feel any discomfort. Compared to the previous area, the area here was larger, and there was an abundance of food. After coming here, the crystal beasts grew several times faster. The scales on the back of the crystal beasts had grown a lot of crystals. These crystals were transparent and very pure. When these crystal beasts were captured, the crystals on their backs were only a few centimeters tall. In Northern Fortress City, the crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts grew slowly. But in this place, it only took a few days for them to grow to the size of a fist. According to the growth of the crystal beasts, these crystals would grow to about 20 centimeters in a week, and then naturally fall off from the crystal beasts. The crystal beasts could grow 10 crystals at a time, and according to the growth rate, they could be harvested once a month. Now, there were a total of 37 crystal beasts in this farm. Except for 3 newborn crystal beasts, the rest were all adult crystal beasts. According to this number, Su Len could harvest 340 magic crystals a month. Of course, this was only temporary. The crystal beasts could still reproduce. According to Hathaway's research, a crystal beast took about 3 months from birth to adulthood. When the Arcanists modified them, they deliberately sped up their growth rate. However, the increased growth rate also caused the life of these crystal beasts to be somewhat short. These crystal beasts had a lifespan of 5 to 7 years. In fact, in the 4th year, these crystal beasts would gradually age, and the growth rate of crystals on their backs would also decrease. In the last 6 months of their lives, the crystals on their backs would completely stop growing. Of course, these crystals weren't defective products. On the contrary, these crystals had become black crystals because they were contaminated with death energy. Black crystals could store all kinds of negative energy. The Shadow School and the School of Necromancy often used these crystals for experiments. According to the notebook Su Len obtained from the necromancer, these crystals were also one of the materials to make skeletal golems. Skeletal golems were known as the most cost-effective golems. The main material of skeletal golems was white bones. They didn't cost anything at all, and their strength was quite good. They were about the same as rock golems, but the cost was only a fraction of the rock golems. Moreover, the strength of a skeletal golem was directly proportional to the bone material and other raw materials used. If you were to use the bones of a dragon to make a skeletal golem, although it would not be at the legendary level, it would still be at the upper level 4 standard. However, very few people would do such a thing. Wouldn't it be better to have the skeleton of a dragon transform into an ancient dragon or a dracolic? Apart from making magic golems, the black crystal could also be used as a spellcasting material. I'll just give the black crystals to Karina. She's the only one in Northern Town City who uses shadow energy anyway. Every year, the crystal beast would go into estrus. During the estrus period, no crystals would grow. The estrus period lasted for about a week. After the mother beast was pregnant, no crystals would grow. About 2 months later, the crystal beast would give birth. A crystal beast would usually give birth to 2 to 4 babies. If everything went well, the number of crystal beasts in the northern town could exceed 100 next year, which was good news for Su Luan. Moreover, as time went by, there would be no natural enemies and sufficient food, so the number of crystal beasts here would increase rapidly. He ran into Hathaway on his way back from the secret realm. Su Len, I have something to talk to you about. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw Su Len. She quickly walked up to him. The loose wizard robe on her body outlined her amazing curves. What is it? Su Len stared at a certain part of her body and said, I'm going to recruit some wizard apprentices. The construction of the wizard tower has already begun. Once it's finished, we'll need a lot of people, so I'm going to start training them now. Hathaway raised her right hand and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate ear. Su Len nodded and said, You're right. It's time to recruit some wizard apprentices. You're already a grand wizard. It won't make sense if you don't have any apprentices. Besides, we're going to build a wizard academy here in the future. We'll need more people by then. Then I'll ask someone to count the number of children between the ages of 8 and 12 in my territory. Gather them together and test them, Hathaway said with a smile. I'll sign an order right now. Gather all the children of the right age in my territory to the central square of the city. Su Len was quick and decisive. He immediately got to work. Don't rush. The crystal ball to test if they have the potential to become a wizard is not finished yet. Hathaway quickly stopped Su Len. Okay. You can give the order when you're done. 2 days later, the mayor's office issued a strange order. All the children between the ages of 8 and 12 were asked to gather at the central square of the city, regardless of gender. Everyone was a little confused about this order, but some rumors began to spread like wildfire in the northern town city. Did you hear? His lordship wants all children between the ages of 8 and 12 to gather. A young man with a thin body like a bamboo pole said. Nonsense. This news has been passed down by the officials since this morning. It is said that this is the servant chosen by the Lord. This is a great opportunity. Once you're chosen, you'll have a meteoric rise. Another man beside him said excitedly. Mike, why are you so excited? You're already 20. You don't have a chance. Another man who was not tall but had a strong body mocked. I don't have a chance, but my sister Amy is 11 years old. She's just within the range. If she's lucky enough to be chosen, I'll be rich as her brother," Mike said with a proud face. "If she's lucky enough to be chosen by the Lord, it'll be even better." "Stop dreaming. This time, it's not a servant. I heard from my brother that it's the Lord Wizard's idea. The Lord Wizard wants to recruit apprentices." At this moment, a man wearing the uniform of a low-level official in the northern town city walked over and said, "It's not easy to become an apprentice wizard. That's a high and mighty wizard. They can cast magical spells." "Wizard?" Hearing this official's words, the surrounding instantly quieted down. Then, in the next second, an even louder noise erupted. "My sister has a chance to become a wizard?" Mike did not even think about it. He turned around and ran home. "What are you doing? It's time to go to work." The workmate next to him shouted, "I'm going to ask my sister to hurry up and register." Mike quickly ran away without looking back. "Sir Sulen, we're also looking for apprentices." Early in the morning, Sulen had just finished his breakfast when he saw Karina and Grace coming over together. "You're also looking for apprentices?" Sulen was a little surprised. "No, we're looking for warlocks," Karina said. Although warlocks can't be compared to wizards, in the early stages, warlocks can more easily form a fighting force than wizards. "All right, then this time you two can choose together. I'll leave those who have the potential to become a warlock to you, and those who have the potential to become a wizard to Hathaway." Sulen thought for a moment and directly agreed. "Sir Sulen, there's one more question. I'd like to ask you to expand the scope of the test to 18 years old, Grace said from the side. "Why?" Sulen frowned. If the age limit was expanded to 18 years old, then the population would be several times more than before. Grace nodded and said, "Warlocks awaken from puberty. Most warlocks awaken around the age of 14, and the latest is 18. After that, the probability of awakening is very low." Warlocks and wizards were different. Their awakening relied on the power of their bloodline. Warlocks usually awaken during puberty, a period when they started to gradually mature physically and mentally. During this period, because of the rapid growth of the body, some of the power hidden in the bloodline could easily trigger the awakening of a warlock's talent. Under normal circumstances, it was easier for teenagers to awaken their talent without going through complicated sexual activities. To put it bluntly, they were virgins and virgins. Moreover, during this period of time, it was very likely that the genes of the awakened warlock's talent would be transferred to the mother's body and be hidden again. Therefore, in warlock families, all sexual activities were usually prohibited before the age of 20. If the warlock's bloodline did not awaken, the family would arrange for them to marry and reproduce as soon as possible to contribute more new blood to the family. After awakening the warlock's talent, before the bloodline stabilized, sexual activities were also not allowed. In order to pursue the purity of the bloodline, some warlock families would adopt the practice of marriage between relatives. This practice could indeed increase the probability of a warlock's awakening, but it also brought about another serious consequence, and that was the bloodline disease. In this kind of warlock family, the probability of mental retardation, physical disability and other congenital diseases would greatly increase. Moreover, this practice would also cause difficulties in reproduction, and the number of people in the family would decrease. In the past, there were still many warlock families like this, but after research and development, this phenomenon slowly decreased. The awakening period of a warlock would continue until the age of 30, but generally, it would stabilize at the age of 20. After the body's development gradually stabilized, the probability of triggering a bloodline awakening would rapidly decrease. There were very few warlocks who awakened after the age of 25. In this case, it was very likely that the awakening was due to external reasons, such as taking some potions with bloodline effects, or coming into contact with some objects that stimulated the bloodline in the body, causing the bloodline to become unstable. The awakening of a warlock was suitable for most races, but it needed to be calculated according to the puberty of each race. Of course, there would be some differences. Generally, the probability of a warlock awakening was higher among the aristocrats. Many aristocrats' bloodline source came from ancient human heroes. Sulen now suspected that those ancient human heroes were the descendants of the warlocks created by the Arcanists during the Arcane Empire. Chapter 297. Although Sulen didn't know whether this speculation was reliable or not, the number of awakened sorcerers was indeed most among the nobles, and the number of awakened sorcerers was very few among the commoners. Because most of the sorcerers were born in the nobles, Some busybodies called sorcerers tall, rich, and handsome. Indeed, the appearance of sorcerers was basically on the standard line, and in the early stage, sorcerers were much more comfortable than wizards. Their spells came from their blood, and they didn't need to learn as hard as wizards. This kind of treatment was naturally hated. Sorcerers had the advantage in the early stage. Not only could they use spells, but they were also not weak in close combat. Most sorcerers had excellent swordsmanship. After all, they didn't know many spells in the early stage. But in the later stage, the positions between sorcerers and wizards were reversed. Sorcerers only knew the spells in their blood, while wizards only needed to learn. The spells they knew were several times more powerful than sorcerers, and the spells they knew were also much more powerful. In comparison, sorcerers were much worse. Especially when one knew the sorcerer's blood, the spells they knew could be completely deduced. Others could totally target them based on these spells, so there was no future for sorcerers alone. After figuring out the problem of sorcerers, Su Len issued a new order, extending the age range to 18 years old. After the order was issued, the northern town was once again in an uproar. The news of the sorcerer apprentice recruitment had already spread throughout the town. Many people over the age of 12 were heartbroken. Now that there was suddenly news that the age limit could be extended to 18, countless people cheered. Sulan's territory had a population of more than 100,000, and the north town alone had a population of more than 100,000. Excluding the older and younger ones, there were more than 20,000 people. More than 20,000 children between the ages of 8 and 18 were all selected. With so many people, naturally, they wouldn't be tested together. Otherwise, even if 3 people didn't eat and sleep, they wouldn't be able to complete this task in a short period of time. Therefore, there was no aptitude test today. All the children who came were divided into groups according to their age. Then, according to the groups, the children of each age group were divided into groups. Then, according to the groups, the basic officials of the entire North Town were called to carry out this task. After spending an entire day, everyone was given their number plates. Next, the testing time for their number plates was announced. In the next few days, the children who participated in the wizard aptitude test would be tested in batches according to their ages. These children were all between 8 and 12 years old. After the wizard aptitude test, they still needed to participate in the sorcerer aptitude test. The children participating in the warlock test were also tested in order of age. The first to be tested was when they were 18 years old. At this age, they only needed to test their warlock aptitude, and because they had exceeded the wizard age requirement, they only needed to be tested once. Similarly, because the warlock's blood meridians began to awaken at the age of 14, those children under the age of 14 had to be tested once a year before reaching the age of 14, and after the age of 14, they only needed to be tested once. To test these people, Hathaway made 20 crystal balls. These crystal balls could test the power of the will of the children. Only those who met the standard could become wizards. Su Len selected a large number of people from the half-elves and the harpies to test these children. Hathaway's school of wizardry had been around for a long time, so there was a rough probability of success in the wizard aptitude test. The probability of a human with the power of the will to become a wizard was not high. It was about 1 in 1,000. This time, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 children between the ages of 8 and 12 in the northern city, so there were only a few children with the power of the will to become a wizard. After a week of testing, the thousands of children between the ages of 8 and 12 had all been tested. In the end, only 4 people passed the test, 2 boys and 2 girls. After passing the test, a low-level official immediately went to inform the children's families, and then brought them to the city lord's mansion. Aptitude was not the only thing to become an apprentice wizard. Su Len didn't want the wizards he trained to be taken advantage of by others, so before training them, they had to sign a strict contract. The contract stated that after becoming an official wizard, they would have to work in the northern city for 100 years. After 100 years, they would regain their freedom, and then they could decide whether they wanted to stay or not. During these 100 years, the northern city would provide some resources according to the wizard's rank. If a wizard advanced during this period, they would have to sign a new contract with the northern city. Other than that, there were also hundreds of clauses in the contract that completely blocked all loopholes. Of course, Su Len had asked the little succubus Chrissy to help him make this contract. As one of the few demons that liked to play tricks, succubi were more like devils than those demons that liked to kill. After the contract made by Chris was completed, Su Luen let the 4 little guys with wizard talent sign the contract. At the same time, He also made arrangements for their families. Like the Lord's guards, these people were moved to the inner city of the northern city, near the Lord's mansion. At the same time, the sorcerer test was also going on. In comparison, the sorcerer test was simpler than the wizard test. The people who took the test were very honest. Karina and Grace found some drows and half-elves to do the test. The probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was not much higher than those who had the aptitude to become a wizard. Of course, if the sorcerer test was done for nobles, the probability would be about 1 in 200. Although it was still very low, it was already 5 times higher than the sorcerer test. However, if the test was done for commoners, the probability of awakening a sorcerer's bloodline was only 1 in 2,000, or even lower. The sorcerer test took 2 whole weeks. This time, they found a total of 8 children who had awakened a sorcerer's bloodline. The oldest was already 16 years old, and the youngest was only 12 years old. There were no other nobles in the northern city, so Sulan was very happy to find 12 sorcerers among the commoners. At the same time, Sulan took out the contract made by Chris and asked all the children to sign it. The 16 sorcerer apprentices were all asked to go to Hathaway's lab to study. They would receive all kinds of basic education in the first year. After all, they were not nobles and had no money to learn, so they would first take a year of cultural classes. During this year, not only did they have to learn the human language, but they also had to learn the sorcerer language. They also had to learn all sorts of problems that could arise when casting spells. After a year of learning, they would have to teach sorcerer spells in the second year. At the same time, they also began to learn meditation. Sorcerers and wizards were different. Not all sorcerers could take on the role of a wizard. Only those who had the same talent of the spirit could do so. Of course, once you reach the 4th grade you could try to learn meditation. Of course, in this case, sorcerers could only learn spells that were similar to their bloodline. As for spells that were not compatible with their bloodline, they would not be able to learn them. For example, if a sorcerer awakened fire spells, he would not be able to learn water spells in his lifetime. He would only be able to learn fire spells. The first batch of sorcerers and sorcerers' apprentices in the northern city were very lucky. After all, their mentors included a level 4 wizard and 2 level 4 sorcerers. Other wizard organizations did not have such good treatment. Under normal circumstances, low-level wizards like level 1 wizards were responsible for teaching sorcerers' apprentices. However, the northern city's conditions were a little special. Hathaway was the only wizard in the entire northern city, so Hathaway, Karina, and Grace had to teach them personally. Sulan went to the underground world every day. With the teleportation circle, it was much more convenient to go there. Crete was under construction. During this time, Chris had plundered a large number of slaves from the surrounding areas. With the addition of many slaves, the construction of Crete was very fast. Due to the location of the city, Crete was not very big. Now, all the Grey Dwarves had gone to the nearby mines to excavate. Every day, large amounts of obsidian were sent to the northern city. The obsidian was then used in the construction of the Wizard Tower. Chris was becoming more and more like a dungeon lord. She was a succubus, a minotaur slave, a Grey Dwarf slave, a kobold goblin, and a cave dweller. In addition, she had a city under construction. She was the perfect candidate for a dungeon lord. In addition to Crete, Sulan also went to Orlando, another Grey Dwarf city. Orlando was now one of the most important cities in the northern city. Mithril was found in the silver mines there. During this time, they had mined a total of 18 pounds of mithril. Sulan had a plan for this mithril. The mithril was prepared for the Wizard Tower. In fact, it was only in the hands of a wizard that mithril could unleash its full potential. In addition to its strong magic conductivity and magic compatibility, mithril was also very durable and light. In many stories told by bards, the protagonists would often complain about equipment made of mithril. Mithril was a lightweight metal, and its weight was only about a quarter of that of steel. It was also extremely tough, and ordinary weapons could not do any damage to mithril. At the same time, it had a high resistance to spells. Therefore, there were often legends about mithril being as light as a feather, invulnerable to weapons, and immune to magic. In fact, it was the most extravagant and wasteful thing to do to make armor out of mithril. Wizards had many alloys that could achieve the same effect as mithril. There was no need to use precious mithril for such things. Chapter 298. Sulan put all the gold and mithril he had mined in Orlando's treasury into his storage space, and then gave a dozen barrels of vodka and rum to the Grey Dwarves as a reward. The Grey Dwarves, who had long been drooling over the vodka, cheered. Seeing this situation, Sulen directly announced that a banquet would be held, and there would be enough alcohol. Hearing this, all the Grey Dwarves put down their work and began to prepare. In fact, they didn't need to prepare much, as long as there was alcohol at the banquet. The Grey Dwarves were still very satisfied with their current life. In the past, 80% of the minerals they mined had to be handed over to the king, which was why Sulen could easily win back then. It was because of the ruthless exploitation. Otherwise, with the Grey Dwarves' stone-like temper, they would definitely fight to the end. Sulen was now considering sending these Grey Dwarves to the blacksmith or the army. As for the mining, he was going to leave it to the kobolds. Previously, the Grey Dwarves were mining because of the lack of ore production. Now that the ore production had increased, the production of weapons and equipment had not kept up. This was one of the reasons why Sulen came here. Kobold miners were extremely cheap compared to dwarf miners. They didn't need to be paid, as long as they had food. Of course, the efficiency of kobolds was also far lower than that of Grey Dwarves, but this was still acceptable. The banquet in Orlando was very lively. The Grey Dwarves were not obedient babies. After drinking, these guys made a lot of noise and almost tore down the banquet hall. Fortunately, the vodka was very strong. After messing around for a while, the alcohol kicked in and all of them passed out. What a bunch of careless people. Sulen put down his glass and shook his head. He had already made up his mind that he would never let these Grey Dwarves keep watch at night or take on any guard work in the future. It was just a banquet, yet these Duergars didn't even leave a single guard behind. They all ran over to drink, and they were all so drunk that they looked like ghosts. If they ran into an enemy, they would be easily dealt with. "Sir, the guards have been arranged." A drow came over and said. "Thank you for your hard work," Sulen said with a nod. These drows were specially called by Sulen when he returned to the northern city. After arranging the guards, Sulen left Orlando with the mithril and gold. When they returned to northern Battlefront City, a few dark clouds floated in the sky. Northern Battlefront City was located in the north, so the rain was not as plentiful as in the south. It rarely rained here. However, looking at the range of the dark clouds, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, bean-sized raindrops fell. Then, the sky was like a leaky pot, with heavy rain pouring down. Faced with this kind of weather, they naturally couldn't continue with the construction. All the construction sites stopped to rest. The rain had delayed the construction period, but there was also another problem. Many of the houses where the refugee serfs lived had some slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The technological level of this era was limited. Back then, those camps were built in a hurry, and they didn't plan to live there for long periods of time. It was normal for rain to leak. Fortunately, they didn't use a thatched roof. Otherwise, it would be raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. It was fine in the city. When Sulen was building, he had already requested that all the houses use tiles. Although the cost was high, there wouldn't be any leaks. The whole world seemed to be hung with a curtain of water, and water soon appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the drainage system of northern Battlefront City was very good. The rainwater flowed out of the city through the drainage system, and the roads in the city didn't have any major problems. Part of the roads in northern Battlefront City were paved with stones, and the other part was paved with stone slabs. Although the surface of the stones wasn't as good as stone slabs, after repeated compaction, the stones wouldn't create a muddy hole. When he was in the southern city of Kalen, Sulen hated rain the most. This was because Kalen was just like other cities in this era. There were very few drainage canals in the city, and most of the roads were made of mud. When it rained, the whole city became a swamp. Moreover, the sewage in the city flowed freely. Some dead rats or what looked like excrement floated on the water surface from time to time. The best business in Kalen City was selling cloaks and boots. Northern Battlefront City didn't have such a situation now, but it was still a little troublesome. More than 50,000 people lived in the camp, and the living conditions were not good. Now that it was raining, these people might get sick. These people were brought here by Sulen all the way from the northern provinces. If they got sick, it would be troublesome. Those who were strong could probably survive, but those who were weak couldn't. All the basic officials in northern Battlefront City were dispatched to arrange food and hot water for these people. The weather in the northern wastelands was bad. Fortunately, the harvest altar improved the weather a little. Otherwise, many people would get sick just from the climate. It was a little troublesome without a priest. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the whole world was lit up. It looked like the end of the world. The downpour lasted for a whole day. If a house was made of wood or straw, it would have become a funnel by now. Right now, the most popular place in the city was the tavern. Mercenaries from the caravans, soldiers from northern battlefront city, and some people who had some spare cash all went to the tavern to drink. They didn't have to work in this kind of situation. Hathaway frowned as she looked at the rain outside. If the wizard tower is built, it can forcefully change the weather nearby with the help of the wizard tower and the magic circle. Sulen shook his head and hugged Hathaway in his arms. It's better not to use this kind of spell casually. The harvest altar is here. Although the rain is a little heavy, it won't cause a flood. With this rain, we don't need to irrigate the fields. Forcefully changing the weather is not a problem for now, but there will be side effects. Wizard spells sometimes depended on the right time and place. For example, right now, if they cast a flood spell, it would not only consume a lot of energy, but it would also be very powerful. If they cast a fireball spell, its power would be greatly reduced, and it would be more difficult to cast. Most of the time, wizards would take advantage of the situation. Hathaway nodded and shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. By the way, how are you going to deal with the church? When you officially establish the country, this problem can no longer be avoided. The church will definitely notice this place, and at that time, they will definitely request to preach. The influence of the gods must be controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, the kingdom of Saint Wilco is the best example. Sullen's expression became a little serious. I'll be careful. Sulen also knew that the kingdom of Saint Wilco was a religious kingdom. The whole kingdom believed in the sun god. In this kingdom, the king had to believe in the sun god to be qualified to inherit the throne. Similarly, he had to go to the church in person to be crowned. Only with the approval of the church could he be the legitimate king. Even the citizens of this kingdom were required to believe in the sun god. It could be said that in this kingdom, the clergy had the highest status. The royals and nobles could only be ranked behind them. In this kingdom, other than paying all kinds of taxes, there was also a tithe, which was that everyone had to pay 10% of their income to the church. The kingdom of Saint Wilco was not like this. When the kingdom was first established, the sun god's church provided help, so the kingdom of Saint Wilco only allowed the sun god's church to preach. Although the church was strong in the beginning, the king still had the final say. However, after some things, the church took over the power and finally became the kingdom of Saint Wilco. The actions of the sun god's church had also alerted the other kingdoms. Although they did not dare to completely offend the church, they began to restrict the church. At the same time, no kingdom would allow a church to preach anymore. This was also a way for the churches to restrict each other. The rainstorm lasted for a day before stopping. There was no serious waterlogging in the northern city, but some problems were exposed. Sulen had already sent people to fix it. There were even more problems in the third phase of the construction. After all, the drainage system in the outer city had not been built. After a day and a night, the soil was very soft and could not be used for construction. After the rain cleared up, Sulen mobilized people to repair and clean up the city. At the same time, he also repaired the damaged houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear. There would not be any more rainstorms in the northern wilderness for a while. The two rivers outside the city had become turbulent. Some of the hydraulic machines on the banks also had problems, which also needed to be repaired. Although there was the harvest altar and the northern city had good weather, there were still a lot of troublesome things. There were a lot of things to do in the city's construction. Fortunately, it was not like when there was nothing left. Because of the rainstorm, the northern city's construction was delayed for 4 days. In order to speed up the construction, Sulen also joined in. On a whim, he used spells on the workers and slaves to speed up the construction. For example, he cast group haste on everyone to increase the workers' working speed. He also cast army spirit on the workers to boost their morale and improve their strength and stamina. He also put the workers in a state of excitement to reduce their laziness and increase their work efficiency. After these spells were created, Sulen was the first to cast them on the workers and slaves to make them work faster. But so far the effect was very good. the construction progress was increased by a third. Of course, there were side effects, which was that the consumption of food increased. After all, energy was conserved. The faster the work was done, the more food they would eat. Su Len did not care about the consumption of food. Now that there was enough food in the northern city, it was worth it to consume some food to speed up the progress. Chapter 299. As a supernatural world, the gods were not imaginary, but real existences. Although the world had many restrictions on them, their influence was very great. Sulan's North Town could not ignore the church. Even in the modern society where the gods did not appear in Sulan's previous life, the church could be widely spread, let alone in this supernatural world. In fact, the people at the bottom also needed a spiritual support. Many churches promoted that devout believers could enter the kingdom of God after death, and then live a happy life without disease, pain, poverty, or sadness. This was also true. So many people would believe in the gods. In this world, there were no people who did not believe in the gods. After death, their souls would be used as bricks to build a wall, but those who did not believe in the gods would fall into the abyss after death. Without the protection of the gods, many souls would be stolen by creatures living in the lower planes. The result would not be better than building a wall. In comparison, becoming a petitioner after death was a very good choice. To become a petitioner, one must be a devout believer of the gods. Only then could the soul become a petitioner in the kingdom of the gods after death. The petitioners would continue to live in the kingdom of God. Under normal circumstances, they would exist like the kingdom of God. As long as the kingdom of God existed, they would always live. If the kingdom of God was destroyed, these petitioners would disappear completely. In this world, the gods were very troublesome. They had great power and almost eternal life. He did not have the strength to challenge the authority of the gods now. While the construction of Northtown City was in full swing, there was a vast plain in the middle of the continent. It was also a place where the power of the gods was very complicated. Almost all the gods had built temples here. Of course, the evil gods were very secretive about it. For example, the goddess of wealth, the lord of dawn, the goddess of Gaia, the god of war, and many other churches had temples. The god of rogues, the lord of shadows, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as evil gods hiding in unknown corners, etc. At this time, many churches had sent messengers to North Town. In addition to participating in the construction, Su Len now took time to train the Cryopteris. After more than half a year of growth, these Cryopteris needed formal training. Because Su Len was the master of all the Cryopteris, training with his help was twice the result with half the effort. Just as Su Luen was preparing for training, an unexpected and yet expected visitor came here. A new caravan came to the city. It was a very special caravan. All the carriages in the caravan had the emblem of the god of wisdom. At the same time, this caravan had a team of 12 temple knights. The temple knights were the private armed forces of the church, and one had to be at least at the level of a knight to join. Above them were the knights of divine grace, the knights of God, and so on. When Su Len heard that the caravan with the emblem of the god of wisdom had come to the city, he immediately put down his work and rushed out of the city with his men. The god of wisdom was an ancient and powerful god. It could be said that he was an ancient god that had been living since the age of the new gods. As one of the most powerful churches on the continent, the god of wisdom, who had great divine power, was not someone that Su Len could offend now. The emblem of the god of wisdom was a kind old man. His churches were all over the continent, and he belonged to the neutral camp. When Su Len arrived at the city gate, many people had already gathered. The guards of Northtown City were maintaining order. Because a pass was required to enter Northtown City, the caravan was arranged to rest in the camp on the right side of the city gate. There were many humans who believed in the god of wisdom, including scholars, nobles, and even wizards. My lord! When the guard saw Su Len arrive, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Su Len nodded at him and let him continue with his work. Su Len was very satisfied with the guard. He did not let them go just because they were from a church. When they arrived at the camp, a tall woman with blonde curly hair wearing a silver-white robe without any embellishments came up. The god of wisdom did not like luxury, so his priests were usually very simple. This was the complete opposite of the priests of the goddess of wealth. The clothes of the priests of the goddess of wealth were absolutely luxurious. Embroidery of gold thread on the clothes was just a basic operation. Su Luen once saw a priest of the goddess of wealth wearing 8 valuable gemstone rings on his hand, And he also had a lot of gold jewelry ornaments on his body. The whole person looked bejeweled, revealing the aura of a god. The priest of the god of wisdom came in front of Su Len and smiled at Su Len. She then bowed and said, "My lord, I bring the goodwill of the god of wisdom." Su Len nodded, but he did not let his guard down. He looked at the messenger in front of him and nodded slightly. Then he said, "Welcome to the northern wasteland. May I know why you are here this time?" The priest smiled. She was not dissatisfied with Su Len's attitude. The light of wisdom shrouds the entire world. "I am here to spread wisdom." Su Len nodded. As expected, she was here to spread the religion. Since he was already mentally prepared, Su Len did not dwell on it anymore. The tall woman looked around and sized up the city in front of her. She smiled and said, "My lord, you are really amazing. It only took you a year to build such a huge city in the northern wasteland. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." Speaking of this, she smiled and said, "Such a magnificent and prosperous city can even be ranked as the most prosperous place in the continent." "You flatter me, priestess. This city was not built by me alone," Su Len said politely. "You are a guest from afar. Please follow me into the city, priestess." "My pleasure." The priest smiled and nodded. Then she rode on the horse that was brought over by a temple knight. Su Len waved his hand and a servant came over with a Pegasus. Su Len jumped on the horse without hesitation. "This is a Pegasus?" Seeing Su Luan's mount, a look of surprise flashed across the priest's eyes, and his gaze on Su Luan became much more solemn. As a priest of the gods, she naturally knew the value of a Pegasus. She also knew how difficult it was to obtain a Pegasus as a mount. Even the leader of the temple knights did not have this qualification. However, this young noble lord in front of her actually had a Pegasus as a mount. She immediately put away her disdainful thoughts. No matter why this Pegasus became his mount, this lord's strength was completely worthy of her respect. "Please." Su Luan made a gesture of invitation. Of course, he noticed the change in the expression of the senior priest of the god of wisdom. This was also the reason why he deliberately brought Pegasus here to show his strength. As a high-tiered cleric of the Wisdom Church, her strength had also reached Tier 4. Her status in many countries was quite high, so she naturally received a lot of respect. As long as it wasn't an enemy church, nobody would dare to offend a high-tiered cleric and the god behind her. The priest's smile became more sincere. She lightly knocked on the horse's belly and followed Su Len into the city. At the same time, she observed the surrounding environment. Behind him, there were a few low-level priests and 12 temple knights in fine armor. Almost all churches had considerable wealth. On one hand, it was the accumulation of wealth over a long period of time. On the other hand, it was the worship of the believers. Therefore, most of the temple knights had first-rate equipment. Some rich churches would even equip the temple knights with magic equipment. Su Len only took a glance and could tell that these equipment were all rare-grade equipment that had been enchanted. After entering the northern city, the speed of the group was not fast. The priest of the Church of Wisdom had been observing everything around her. None of the priests of the Church of Wisdom were idiots. On the contrary, all of them were extremely smart people. After all, as a church with wisdom in its name, this was their trademark. Just like the goddess of wealth's wealth, the god of war's strength, and so on. The Church of Wisdom had many clergies. The most important clergy was wisdom. Basically, all intelligent life needed wisdom. This also made the Church of Wisdom a powerful god. In addition to wisdom, he also controlled prophecy, books, history, knowledge, civilization, prosperity, and more than a dozen other clergies. This god also dabbled in magic and other fields. This old god was not powerful when he was first born, but as time went by, the power of the Church of Wisdom became stronger and stronger. At first, because there was not much wisdom in the barbaric era, people believed in strength more. But later, wisdom began to gain the upper hand. Now, it completely suppressed strength. The representative of the god of war was still a mid-level divine power. This was the best proof. When Su Len first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised. Because he had never thought that relying only on wisdom could bring about such a big change. It allowed a god with little knowledge to rush into the realm of great divine power step by step. If it were not for his low starting point, it was very likely that he would have become the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. Neat rows of brick and tile houses could be seen. Straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths. There were also purpose-built public toilets. This place was not as dirty and messy as other towns. There was not even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy. Because of this, other people even believed that Su Len had misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Your Excellency really surprises me. The priest of the Church of Wisdom looked at Su Len in surprise. This lord gave her a completely different feeling from the others in this world. Chapter 300. This priest of the God of Wisdom had been to many places and seen countless nobles. Many territories were much bigger and more prosperous than Northtown City, but none of them were like Northtown City. Although this territory didn't look as prosperous as those famous big cities, it was full of life and energy. Other than that, Northern Battlefront City gave her the impression that it was clean and tidy. Moreover, the workers here were not like those in other cities. They were thin and weak, and their expressions were miserable and apathetic. Although the workers here had a lot of work, they were all strong and healthy. Their complexions were rosy, and they were all serious in their work. This was completely inconceivable to her. What happened next surprised her even more. She actually saw drows, half-elves, centaurs, and grey dwarves. These races could live together peacefully in Northtown City. What's that? Just as she was thinking about the residents of this place, a cry of surprise came from behind her. What happened? The priest of the God of Wisdom frowned slightly. A low-level priest behind her knocked on the horse's belly and caught up to her. Sir, look at that building. The priest pointed at a tall and majestic gate not far away. It was the wonder of Northtown City, the Arc de Triomphe. That gate is a magic building? The priest of the God of Wisdom could tell at a glance that the building was extraordinary. It is indeed a magic building. Su Len nodded. He then pointed at the Arc de Triomphe and said, "This is the Arc de Triomphe. It was built to celebrate the victory of Northtown City over the Orc army. The purpose is to commemorate this glorious war and the heroes who died in it." As he spoke, the group approached the Arc de Triomphe. Su Len purposely slowed down his footsteps so that the high-level priest and his entourage could take a closer look. I really didn't expect that I would actually see such a grand and epic building here. Looking at the building up close, everyone was even more amazed by its majesty. The exquisite statues and the reliefs were like those of an epic. Everything showed how much effort the Northern Citadel had put into the building. Su Len led the group through the Arc de Triomphe. The priest was very interested in this building. She asked questions about the building several times, but Su Len pretended not to understand or ignored her. Su Len wouldn't tell anyone about such confidential things. After confirming that she couldn't get more information from Su Len, the priest of the God of Wisdom could only give up. Soon, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. They naturally saw the harvest altar in the inner city. Compared to the Arc de Triomphe, the harvest altar didn't have as many beautiful carvings, but it didn't pale in comparison. However, Su Len didn't intend to take them there. They could only endure their curiosity. The priest of the God of Wisdom was getting more and more curious about Northtown City. When she first came here, she only thought that Northtown City was developing well and had great potential. Now, she completely changed her mind. It wasn't just good. As long as things continued to develop like this, Northtown City would become a prosperous place. Please come in. Su Len jumped off his horse and made an inviting gesture. He led the group into the Lord's mansion. Everyone took a seat in the living room. Hathaway, who received the news, also came in wearing a wizard robe. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you. The priest of the God of Wisdom stood up and bowed slightly to show her respect. A grand wizard would be respected wherever he went. As for a legendary wizard, they were like strategic nuclear weapons in his previous world. After all, if a legendary spellcaster was given the chance, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy a city. Compared to them, legendary warriors were treated much worse. After all, legendary warriors didn't have that kind of strategic deterrence. Hathaway smiled and nodded. She bowed to the priest as well. Welcome, emissary of the God of Wisdom. Northtown City is proud of you. After a round of pleasantries, they sat down again. Su Len looked around and said, Your Excellency must be tired from the journey. Do you need us to arrange a place for you to rest? The priest of the God of Wisdom smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. However, as a servant of the God of Wisdom, traveling isn't considered tiring. We can talk first. Right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Veena. You can call me Veena. I'm here with good intentions and to spread the glory of wisdom, Veena continued. Wei Na continued, Your Excellency Su Luen built a city in this barren land. Your strength and courage are amazing. Many great nobles can't afford to develop a city bit by bit under such conditions. It's a miracle that you can develop this place to such an extent. The Church of the God of Wisdom is very optimistic about your development, so we want to build a wisdom temple in your territory. Build a temple and spread the faith. Su Luen smiled and said, The God of Wisdom is a neutral God. I have no reason to reject the kindness of a powerful God. Veena stood up and bowed slightly to Su Luen. Thank you for your support, my lord. She then smiled and said, Don't worry, my lord. We will follow the rules of Northtown City and work together to develop Northtown City well. Su Luen nodded. He didn't take Veena's promise too seriously. This world was different from his previous one. In his previous world, there was a set of rules that allowed most people to live in a relatively fair environment. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. The Church of Wisdom was very polite now. Once Su Luen lost control of Northtown City, it was hard to say what they would do. Your Excellency, we still lack manpower, craftsmen, and resources. The Church of Wisdom has great influence. We can help you with migration and opening up new channels. We can provide you with sufficient funds and even management personnel. Veena waved at a low-level priest behind her. Then, the priest handed a sheepskin scroll to Su Luen. As long as you are willing to accept, we can provide it for you for free. We also promise that we will not interfere with the management of your territory. Veena looked at Su Luen with confidence. She believed that no one would reject the generous conditions offered by the Church of Wisdom. However, she didn't expect that Su Luen would reject them so decisively after a few seconds of silence. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accept your and the Church of Wisdom's good intentions. The Church of Wisdom. What did you say? Veena, who was about to speak, opened her mouth wide. She looked at Su Luen in disbelief. The Church of Wisdom was one of the most powerful churches in the continent. They had manpower, resources, financial resources, and all kinds of soft power. They weren't any worse than a powerful empire. With the full support of such a powerful force, Northtown City would rise even faster. However, there was also a problem. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, especially for a huge force like the Church of Wisdom. They didn't ask for anything now because they had a bigger goal. A huge force like this wouldn't care about temporary gains and losses. They were more focused on the bigger picture, especially for the Church of Wisdom. The Church of Wisdom was famous for their wisdom. They were good at scheming and scheming. When dealing with them, although it seemed like you were taking advantage of them, the Church of Wisdom was always the one who benefited the most in the end. Fortunately, the Church of Wisdom had a good reputation. Although they took the most benefits, they would leave some for others. At least, they didn't take everything. Otherwise, Su Luen would have rejected them even if he had to risk offending them. Although these churches were huge and seemed like they couldn't withstand a single blow from Northtown City, there were many benefits involved. They also had to face many enemies. If they really wanted to fight, the forces they could deploy wouldn't be much stronger than Northtown City. Otherwise, they would have to face the invasion of other churches or forces. More importantly, from the Harvest Altar to the Triumphal Arch, to the secret realm and the underground world in Northtown City, the value of any one of these secrets was immeasurable. They couldn't let other forces know about them. Therefore, no matter how generous the Church of Wisdom's conditions were, he couldn't agree. The control of the city had to be firmly in his hands. If he let the Church of Wisdom participate in the management of the city and open up the authority, they might discover the city's secrets. Do you know how much benefits the conditions you rejected just now represent? After a moment of silence, Veena still looked like she couldn't accept it. What kind of joke was this? The Church of Wisdom actually rejected the offer of money. Su Luen nodded. He didn't care about Reverend Veena's reluctant expression. He continued, Although I won't accept the Church of Wisdom's help, it won't affect their preaching here. I can set aside an area for the Church of Wisdom to build a temple. However, you'll have to find your own materials and manpower to build the temple. As you can see, there are still many places in Northtown City that are under construction. Vina frowned. This was completely different from what she had expected. In her opinion, Sulen, as the Lord, should be grateful for the Church of Wisdom's strong support. However, this script seemed to be completely different. If Excellency Vina is willing to accept, I can get someone to bring over the city's planning blueprint. There are many empty spaces on it for you to choose from, Sulen said with a smile. Then we'll have to trouble you, Excellency Sulen. However, you don't have to give us the land. We'll buy it ourselves, Vina said with a playful tone after taking a deep look at Sulen. Chapter 301. Soon, the servants brought over a sand table map of the entire northern battlefront city. That sand table had been made by Hathaway after precise calculations, and its precision was very high. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the sand table. The city was divided into countless squares by the markets. The entire city looked like a chessboard. This Lord Sulen really has some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. What kind of city would plan the layout of the entire city so neatly? It's like a chessboard? Wei Na thought to herself as she looked at the chessboard-like sand table in front of her. These empty spaces were all reserved in advance. Miss Wei Na, take a look and see which ones you like. You can choose the most straightforward one. Sulen came to the sand table and pointed at a few empty spaces on the sand table. The empty spaces on the sand table were all reserved by Sulen on purpose. They were all in the outer city of the third phase of construction. In other words, the construction around those areas had yet to begin. Sulen didn't plan to let the church build temples in the inner city. The power of a temple was almost equivalent to half of a wizard tower, and it was supported by the gods. Before the gods fell, the temple was equivalent to an impregnable fortress. Even someone as powerful as Su Luan would not feel at ease if such a powerful force was placed in the inner city. Sulen wouldn't allow the temple's power to enter the core area under his control. If possible, he would even refuse to let all the temples in. However, once he did that, he would become the target of public criticism. He wouldn't be able to handle the pressure that he would face. These places. Wei Na was slightly stunned when she saw the empty spaces on the sand table. All the empty spaces were actually in the outer city. This made her slightly stunned, but she didn't give up on the idea. This was because building the Wisdom Temple here was her mission. If she didn't complete the mission, her position in the church would drop. Are you not satisfied with these places? Sulen stepped forward and asked. In fact, these lands are very valuable investments. Although these lands are in the outer city, there are a lot of people in the surrounding areas. Moreover, these locations are all located in the bustling areas. Here, here, and here. These few pieces of land are around a few places. The people who live here are natural believers. Wei Na looked at the few pieces of land that Sulen had pointed out. She had to admit that Sulen was right. Those few pieces of land were indeed very good. There were also many residents living in the surroundings. It was indeed a very good place to preach. Therefore, even though it was the land of the outer city, Wei Na still agreed after some consideration. Moreover, Wei Na discovered that the commoners in northern Battlefront City weren't ordinary commoners. Many commoners owned farmland. This showed that the commoners still had hope of raising their social status. Of course, what Wei Na didn't know was that the citizens of northern Garrison City were loyal to their lord before they had faith. After looking around for a while, Wei Na chose a piece of land that hadn't been developed yet. Sulen asked someone to stick a triangular flag in the empty space, indicating that this piece of land had already been occupied. Sulen hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Wei Na, there's something I need the Wisdom Shrine's help with. What is it that can make you personally ask for it? Wei Na looked at Sulen with interest. She was extremely pleased. Just a moment ago, this man had ruthlessly rejected all of her conditions, causing her to lose face. Now, it was finally his turn to bow his head to her. That feeling was indescribably satisfying. There are too many illiterate people in my territory. Moreover, many of the basic officials are illiterate as well. This makes their work very difficult. They often make some low-level mistakes in their work. Therefore, I established a training school to train these basic officials. However, Northern Battlefront City is developing too quickly. There aren't enough teachers to train them. Therefore, I hope you can provide some scholars to teach them, Sulen explained. Of course, there's no need to teach them advanced knowledge. I just need them to learn how to read and write. If one were to ask which organization in this world had the highest literacy rate and the least illiterate people, then it would be the Wisdom Shrine and the Wizard Organization. These two organizations were very knowledgeable. The Wisdom Shrine wasn't too bad. They didn't have high requirements for ordinary people, but the knowledge of the wizards was astonishing. Even a beginner wizard had to master at least 4 languages, such as the Elven language, Byron language, Nesser language, and the Continent Common language. As for the more advanced ones, being proficient in more than 10 languages was only average. I see. I can promise you that. Wei Na agreed very quickly. Thank you for your generosity. Su Len bowed seriously. This time, he was sincerely grateful. After coming to this world, Su Len realized how strict the nobles of this world were when it came to knowledge. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn. Now that Wei Na agreed so easily, it could be said that she was giving Su Len a lot of face. Although Su Len didn't plan to let the Wisdom Shrine's people enter the city and become the city's administrators, it was still good to borrow their strength to nurture talents. Meanwhile, Wei Na was also scheming in her heart. Although she couldn't plant people in the city, it wasn't a bad idea to arrange people to impart knowledge to the grassroots officials. Most importantly, after imparting knowledge to these people, although they wouldn't have the status of master and disciple, there would still be some incense. This way, the grassroots officials would naturally have a good impression of the Wisdom Church. No need to thank me. From now on, we are also a member of the Northern City. It's only right for us to contribute to the Northern City. Wei Na quickly found her position. She didn't feel that she was superior just because of Sullen's request. Welcome to the Northern City. Su Len was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. After a discussion with Su Len, Wei Na of the Wisdom Shrine led a group of people out of the Lord's Manor. They were arranged to stay in a courtyard in the southwest of the inner city. This courtyard was specially built by Su Len to receive VIPs. Even though there was a shortage of housing in the city, no one was allowed to stay here. Wei Na and the others were quickly arranged to stay. The Wisdom Shrine had brought over 40 people this time. Apart from the paladins and priests, there were also many servants. The food for these people was provided by the Northern City. Of course, these things were charged. After all, as the wealthy Wisdom Shrine, it would be a waste if they didn't make some money. Wei Na was still very surprised by Northgard City. Just a moment ago, she had seen a group of barbarian warriors pass by in a hurry. Their robust bodies, excellent weapons, and the countless scars on their bodies all indicated how powerful these barbarian warriors were. Even she felt a vague sense of threat when she approached those barbarian warriors. What powerful warriors! Wei Na watched the group of barbarian warriors leave and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There weren't many such powerful warriors even among the paladins of the paladins. Just a moment ago, she encountered an entire group of them. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lord Su Len had his army stand guard on both sides of the city's roads. Just from their equipment and discipline, these soldiers could all be considered elites. Even the trump-card army of the kingdom's capital wasn't as powerful. With such a group of powerful warriors, it was no wonder that Su Len could establish such a prosperous city in the northern wastelands in just over a year. Su Len arranged for this group of people to stay in the southwest of the city. At the same time, he arranged for the drows to keep an eye on them. Su Len didn't let his guard down against the people of the Wisdom Shrine. There were many secrets in the northern city. He didn't want these people to run around and discover anything. In addition, Su Len also sent more people to the Triumphal Arch, the Harvest Altar, the Teleportation Circle, and other places. Without Sullen's permission, no one was allowed to approach these areas. The people of the Wisdom Shrine didn't try to secretly send people to these areas. After discussing with Su Len, she sent 6 scholars of the Wisdom Shrine to Su Len the next day to report. Su Len conducted a simple test on the knowledge of these scholars. He found that these people's standards weren't bad, much better than what he had requested. Without any delay, Su Len directly brought these people to the basic officer training school in the northern city. There were 6 teachers in the school now. The teaching materials they taught were specially written by Su Len. Although they weren't very profound, they were still good for basic education. Su Len looked at the 6 scholars in front of him and said with a serious expression, "These are the teaching materials you need to teach in the future. Take a look at them first. I hope you can teach the knowledge in the materials to the best of your ability. Of course, you can also teach some other knowledge, but I don't want you to mix in your own knowledge." If this happens, you will be fired immediately. I will also propose a serious negotiation with Miss Vina. The scholars looked at each other. One of the leaders stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sulen. Miss Vina has already told us to listen to everything you say." "That's good. I hope we can work well together," Sulen said with a smile. "As for your work here, I have already arranged." "Mr. Sulen, we don't need to be paid. Miss Vina has already told us," the leader said. "That won't do. As long as you work here, you will be paid. You can't reject it." Sulen interrupted him and continued, "This is the rule of the northern city. If you think there is a problem, I will communicate with Miss Vina separately." Sulen didn't want to owe the Wisdom Shrine any more favors. It was just some money. He wouldn't be stingy. Chapter 302. No matter which world it was, a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. Fortunately, the debt with the Wisdom Church wasn't that big, so Sulen wasn't too worried. After the training school for grassroots officials was doubled in size, the number of students that could be taught directly doubled. These scholars who came here quickly adapted to the teaching methods here and then began to train more grassroots officials. North Town had increased by nearly 100,000 people in a short period of time, which led to a large shortage of officials. With the help of these people, the shortage of officials could be partially filled. Su Luan specially wrote a booklet about the working methods of grassroots officials in Northern Town, which summarized the common problems encountered by grassroots officials. There were more than 50 articles in the booklet. Although it was impossible to cover all grassroots problems, it could cover some of them. Sulen gave the most standard solutions to these most common and easiest problems. Although these solutions weren't the best, they were the most suitable for North Town City's current situation. Although this method made the grassroots officials rigid, it also reduced the chances of them slacking off and being perfunctory. As long as they didn't follow the solution, they would be punished. Of course, this situation was also because the quality of the grassroots officials was too poor, and they didn't have enough people. When the number and quality of the grassroots officials gradually increased, Su Luan would gradually change it. After seeing that the people from the Wisdom Church didn't do anything out of line, Sulen gradually relaxed. However, he didn't relax his monitoring of them. Sulen, after the Wisdom Church came, the other churches shouldn't be far away. Hathaway said. Indeed, I think it won't be long before the other churches send messengers. Sulen nodded. Hathaway got up and poured a cup of black tea. Then she added a piece of rock sugar and stirred it. She continued, "But this is also an opportunity. With the arrival of the Wisdom Church, the other churches will definitely come. Although the arrival of these churches will be troublesome, it will also bring opportunities. At the same time, the arrival of these churches can prevent the Wisdom Church from dominating. We can use them to maintain a balance between the other churches. This isn't easy to control. If things go out of hand, the consequences won't be good." Sulen said with a smile. "Will you go out of hand? Besides, what can they do even if they lose? Do they dare to make a move?" Hathaway suddenly said in a domineering manner. Indeed, the current strength of the Northern Citadel was far from comparable to the church, but it was not weak either. Moreover, the Northern Citadel had a legendary master, close to 10 level 4 transcendents, and more than 100 level 3 transcendents. Such strength was not considered weak no matter where it was. Sullen's power was still increasing rapidly, and so was Hathaway's power. It was just like how Hathaway became a grand wizard in just a year when she was just a beginner wizard. If other wizards knew about this, they would die of jealousy. Sulen quickly made a decision: give up some of the benefits and let the churches fight among themselves. We will be the judges. No matter which church is the strongest, we will support the weak to suppress the strong. The arrival of the priest of the God of Wisdom also gave Su Luan a sense of urgency. When the elemental tide came again, a glorious era had begun. As the elemental tide became stronger and stronger, it would also become easier to advance in strength. Sulen had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. As the Northern Citadel grew stronger, it would attract the attention of many old powerful factions. There was nothing he could do about it. When the Northern Citadel was still weak, those factions would ignore him. However, once the Northern Citadel grew to a certain level, they would naturally pay attention to him. If Sulen, Chris, Hathaway, and Alex all became legendary in the Northern Citadel, then he would not have to worry about the church's revenge even if he rejected them. 4 legendary contenders and 3 legendary-level spellcasters. This was the top force on this continent. If Su Luan broke through to the advanced legendary level, he would not have to look at other people's faces at all. Just like the Red Dragon Queen in the south, everyone knew that she was an evil dragon, but who would dare to slay a dragon? Even the god of light, who hated evil the most, had to accept it. Otherwise, what could he do? Send a god's avatar down? Not to mention that an avatar would not be able to defeat an ancient red dragon who was also a legendary wizard. Even a god's avatar might not be able to defeat such an existence. Although a god's avatar was powerful, once he died, he would really die. No god would leave his god's kingdom for such a thing. Although the gods were powerful in the state of saint, it did not mean that they were immortal. In this state, although the gods were still powerful, after killing the gods, they could directly snatch the godhead of the gods. It must be known that in history, such things had happened before. There were more than 1 or 2 masters who coveted the authority of a god. Although the risk was high, once they succeeded, they could reach the sky in 1 step. Therefore, if a god did not have to do this, under normal circumstances, a god's avatar would not descend. Once a god's avatar was discovered, not only those masters who wanted to become gods, but also the churches of the gods' enemies would send a large number of people to encircle and annihilate them. The most common way for a god to descend was through possession or an avatar. Possession was a way to respond to a believer and descend on a special believer. However, this way the believer would be equivalent to death. Descent of an avatar was a god using part of his divinity and divine power to create an avatar. The advantage of this was that even if the avatar died, only a part of the divinity and divine power would be lost. There was almost no damage to the original body. Bang! Once again, he was hit by a stick. Su Len rubbed the place where he was hit. He was practicing combat spellcasting. This talent could be said to be one of the talents that wizards had to master. The method of standing spellcasting had been eliminated during the period of the Arcane Empire. In a fierce battle, the enemy would not give you a chance to cast spells. "Boss, why don't we take a break?" Johnson stopped attacking and said. In order to practice combat spellcasting, Su Len let Johnson, Boulder, and several warriors of the Formation Breaker attack him together. He was not allowed to counterattack and could only passively defend. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to successfully cast spells. "Continue." Su Len shook his head and said. "The training effect is not very good." Boulder said again and again, and the weapon in his hand suddenly launched an attack. Su Len quickly blocked with his shield. The others took a look and then gathered again. Although Sullen's strength was already at the legendary level, he could only let go, so the whole situation was restrained. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of weapons colliding, Su Len once again blocked the wave of attacks. "Come on, where's your spell? Using spells to attack us? You're a dud." Boulder next to him attacked and constantly harassed Su Len with words, which made the veins on Sullen's forehead twitch a few times. However, he could only endure for now. This was what he asked for. Those spells that were learned through skill points did not need to be constantly learned to cast spells and could be easily cast. However, those spells that were learned through him were different. He could only learn them bit by bit. After Sullen's subprofession as a wizard, he had mastered too many spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, even if he reached level 100, he would not have enough skill points. It should be known that there were hundreds of spells that wizards commonly used. Including some rare and not commonly used spells, there were thousands of spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, how long would it take him to learn all of them? As for the taunting and harassment of enemies during battle, it was a common thing. This was also because Sullen's previous opponents were very strong, so he did not use these tricks. In fact, as a warrior, taunting skills were very important. If he could taunt the enemy until they lost their mind in battle, it would be best. Of course, if the taunting level was too high, it would be easy to be killed. It was said that there were some taunting masters who could seduce people with just a few gestures. Boulder and Johnson, one on the left and one on the right, quickly waved their weapons and did not give Su Len any chance to breathe. They kept taunting him. As warriors who were closest to the legendary level, their attacks were not to be underestimated. Su Len could only keep dodging. "Come on! Do you only know how to dodge? A legendary warrior who only knows how to dodge? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. You are a disgrace to the legendary warriors." Sullen's face was pale. Although this was what he asked for, the feeling of being taunted and not being able to fight back was really too sullen. He forced himself to focus and quickly cast a spell. Just as he was halfway through casting the spell, a wooden stick swept over again and directly interrupted Sullen's casting. During the battle, Su Len only defended and did not attack. Johnson and Boulder were satisfied. They completely treated Su Len as a punching bag. The rhythm of their movements was very satisfying. After all, there were not many opportunities to beat up a legendary figure. The two idiots, Boulder and Johnson, did not know that they had been recorded in Sullen's little notebook. Su Len secretly decided that he would definitely take good care of these two guys in the future and let them feel the care of the Lord. A wizard must always stay calm and learn to ignore the taunts of the enemy. Many wizards will deliberately provoke their opponents during battle, and then use this to see through your weakness and defeat you, Su Len said in his heart. He forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to fight. Chapter 303. After the Church of Wisdom obtained the right to use the land in the outer city, they also began to build. The Church of Wisdom had more manpower than Su Len. Architects, engineers, sculptors, painters, and other talented people came to build the temple. Su Len was drooling. The foundation of a large church was too strong. Although these people didn't have much strength, their design of the Church of Wisdom made Su Len look at it with new eyes. Next, the Church of Wisdom's caravan began to migrate a group of craftsmen to start the construction of the Church of Wisdom. At this time, another church's caravan came to Northern Town. This time, there were more people. From the god of war, the god of light, the goddess of earth, the goddess of nature, and so on, 6 or 7 churches came one after another. Su Luan communicated with these temples separately, and then signed an agreement similar to that of the Wisdom Temple with them. He also divided a piece of land of similar size in the outer city for these churches to build temples. At the same time, Su Len received about 400,000 kinnar from selling the land. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to alleviate his current financial crisis. With these churches' construction, the population of Northern Town City began to increase again. A Church of Wisdom wasn't an ordinary building. Building a Church of Wisdom required a lot of manpower and resources. With these churches' construction, the population of Northern Town City increased by another 20,000 to 30,000 people. Although this population was temporary and most of them would leave after the construction of the Church of Wisdom, their arrival also made the market prosperous. Although the population of Northern Town City wasn't small, there weren't many people with spending power. Most of the people here were serfs and refugees. According to Sullen's previous regulations, they needed to work hard for 3 to 5 years before they could become free people. In the past, there were many caravans that came here, but because of the war between the surrounding countries and the orcs, the trade routes of the caravans had been blocked. Fortunately, the orcs that invaded Florence had been defeated, and the caravans of the southern countries and Florence had begun to slowly recover. With the arrival of these churches, Northern Town City gradually returned to its previous prosperous state. The city walls of Northern Town City were more than half built. Su Len took some time to cast mud to stone to strengthen the walls. At the same time, the moat outside the city began to be excavated. According to Sullen's city plan, the moat would be directly from the Red Sand River. At the same time, this moat would be connected to the moat in the inner city. After the moat was completed, it would connect the inner city to the outer city and become a transportation channel in North Town City. The widest part of the moat was 30 meters, the narrowest part was 10 meters, and the depth was 3 to 5 meters. Now, the moat in the inner city served as the waterway for transporting stones, bricks, and other miscellaneous items. The main body of the Wisdom Temple was also built with white marble. The entire temple was tall and majestic, with an extraordinary aura. The entire architectural style was similar to the Gothic style, but the details were more exquisite. During the construction of the temple, more than 30 priests were dispatched to help. If it weren't for their divine spells, it would have taken at least a few years to complete the construction of this magnificent building. What surprised Su Len was the temple of the War God Church. The War God Church had chosen to build it next to the Wisdom Temple. The two temples stood opposite each other. The architectural style was different from the Wisdom Temple. The War God Church was built with Doric pillars. The entire temple was made of granite. There were 19 stone pillars with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 12 meters on both sides of the temple. Although the temple wasn't as exquisite as the Wisdom Temple, it was still magnificent. The 8 stone pillars at the entrance were carved with statues. These statues were the messengers of the war god. On the walls of the temple, there were scenes of the war god church fighting. However, the war god church was built here to compete with the wisdom temple. After all, these two churches were known to be at odds with each other. If the war god wanted to increase his divine power, the best way was through war. If the entire continent fell into chaos, he would be able to become a great divine power in a few years. As for the wisdom god, because he had wisdom, civilization, and prosperity priesthood, he had to spread wisdom, develop civilization, and make the country prosperous. This was the complete opposite of the war god. Now that both temples were built here, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Of course, it wasn't just the war god and wisdom god who had conflicts. The other gods were the same. However, these churches were more restrained, so there weren't any unmanageable situations. While the temples were being built, Sulen returned to the mystery realm through the teleportation circle. After greeting Tower Spirit 1, Sulen went directly to the farm. When he arrived, there were already 2 harpies working here. After a month of growth, the magic crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts had begun to fall off. The sizes of the magic crystals that fell off the back of the crystal beasts weren't very different. This should have been designed by the ancient arcanists in advance. Sulen picked up a crystal. These magic crystals were very hard. They could be used to make energy channels after some simple polishing. Soon, nearly 300 magic crystals were all collected. Sulen informed the 2 iron golems to bring these magic crystals over and transport them away. At the same time, he checked the health of these crystal beasts. These crystal beasts were the key to the restoration of the mystery realm. There couldn't be any problems. After checking, these crystal beasts were living quite well. A few of them had obviously gained weight. After checking on the crystal beasts, Sulen returned to the control room. At this time, Tower Spirit 1 was directing a few iron golems to build energy channels. Many of the energy channels in the mystery realm had been damaged. Now, they needed to be repaired. Sulen planned to rebuild the ecological park in this mystery realm. The previous ecological park had been severely damaged. The magical beasts that lived in it had died long ago. Sulen needed to capture them again. In addition to these, he also needed to plant various magical plants in the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was closer to the natural environment. The quality of the plants was generally much better than the large-scale magical plants in the plantation. The only disadvantage was that there were fewer of them. It wasn't easy to rebuild the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was different from the outside world. Therefore, an environmental regulator was needed. Originally, there was such a device in the mystery realm. However, because of the passage of time, this environmental regulator had rusted into a pile of scrap metal. This kind of device was in Tower Spirit 1's database. However, it wasn't easy to make. A large number of runes had to be engraved, so Hathaway was needed to help. In addition to this device, building the ecological park also required many runic matrices and energy channels to transmit energy. The cost of the entire ecological park was about 1.3 million kinner. However, many of the raw materials were produced in Sulen's territory. They only needed to be processed. The overall cost wasn't high. The only thing that gave Sulen a headache was the various magical beasts. They could only be captured in the outside world. Rubbing his temples, Sulen went to the plantation area to check it out. The plantation area wasn't far from here. As soon as he entered, Sulen felt a rich elemental energy. The plantation area was one of the areas with the richest elemental energy in the entire mystery realm. When Sulen arrived, he saw a few harpies planting a magical plant called star grass. Star grass wasn't a high-level magical plant, but it was a very indispensable plant. It only had one function, and that was to be used as a stabilizer in potion experiments. The raw materials of many magical potions were very unstable. During the production process, stargrass had to be added to stabilize the potion. Hathaway's laboratory had a high demand for this kind of potion. The whole plantation was 30 meters long and 18 meters wide. There was a magic circle set up in the plantation, surrounded by a circle of marble. The effect of this magic circle was to change the environment of the plantation and maintain the environment of the plantation to be suitable for the growth of stargrass as much as possible. There was a tall steel golem next to it that was carrying something. 2 harpies were planting in the plantation. Len walked in and took a look, then went to check the other plantation. At present, there weren't many types of magical plants planted in the plantation. Among them, there were mandala flowers, golden silkgrass, explosive chili, sunflower, cold moon grass, magical algae, Moore's coffee, thorny flower, lightning grass, and more than 10 other types. These plants were all commonly used magical plants. Sunflower, for example, was the main material for making purification potions. It had a wide range of uses. It was very effective against undead creatures or some negative energy creatures. A standard bottle of purification potion could easily purify a zombie or ghost completely. Magical algae was the main material for making underwater breathing potions. After using the underwater breathing potion, humans could breathe underwater and survive. One bottle could last for 6 hours. Although the effects of these potions could be seen through spells, when in the wilderness, it was often necessary to conserve as much strength as possible. As for the magical plants that could be used to make the azure potion, some of them were also planted here. However, these plants needed a long time to grow, so they were still in the seedling stage. Hathaway opened a magic shop in the northern part of the town. It sold some magical potions and rare-grade equipment. The prices of the goods were not cheap, but many caravans and mercenaries bought some potions here. The most popular ones were healing potions and evolving potions. Healing potions could quickly heal wounds, while purifying potions could clean up unclean things. The chances of encountering undead creatures in the wastelands were still quite high. Some people who died in accidents were never properly buried, so it wasn't uncommon for them to be resurrected as undead. Therefore, whether it was a caravan or a mercenary, they would buy a few types of potions. These low-level potions were not expensive, and they were easy to make. The cost was 5 kinner, and the price was 2 kinner. It was a huge profit. Chapter 304. Boom! There was a loud noise and a heat wave. Boulder's strong body was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the sand. Johnson and the other formation breaker soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Oh, sorry, Boulder. I didn't control the direction well. Are you okay?" Len said apologetically, but his face didn't show any signs of regret. Just this morning, he finally succeeded in casting a spell in battle. After some practice, he learned the talent of combat casting. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the talent, combat casting. Ding! Talent, combat casting experience is full. You have mastered the talent, combat casting. Len moved his wrist. The difficulty of mastering a spellcaster's talent was much more difficult than other talents. Fortunately, he wasn't weak to begin with. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to master this talent. But since he mastered this talent, he needed to think about the next step carefully. These days, he was full of anger from being ridiculed. He only defended and didn't attack. Now that he learned combat casting, he was ready to continue practicing. "Boss, now that you've mastered battle casting, is this the end of the practice?" Johnson asked cautiously. "How can I stop? I just learned it. I'm not familiar with it at all. Let's continue training," Len said righteously. "Ah! What ah? Hurry up and continue training," Len urged. Then, Len used all kinds of spells in the name of training to teach these two guys a lesson. His wizard level wasn't high, so he couldn't cast powerful spells. But the power of these spells was just right. It wouldn't hurt them, but it would make them suffer. Arcane Missile. Burning Hand. Fireball. Stun. Len blocked the attacks while quickly dodging. He raised his finger and gathered the energy in his body. He cast one spell after another, greeting the two barbarians. Len only let go of the 2 punching bags when the energy in his body was almost depleted. There were many spell-casting abilities that wizards needed to master. For example, the most basic proficient spellcasting. Only by mastering this ability could one cast spells quickly and not be easily interrupted. Then they also needed to learn spellcasting exemption. Spellcasting exemption was also very important. For example, without this ability, casting Acid Arrow would require the poison arrow frog's acid. Casting Grease would require a small piece of magic grease, and casting Burning Hand would require magic powder. Low-level spells were still okay, as the prices of these things weren't too high. However, when it came to high-level spells, the price of many of the casting materials was very painful. Therefore, this specialty was basically a must-learn. Combat spellcasting was a specialty that wizards had to master in actual combat. Once they mastered this talent, they would be able to break away from the state of standing and casting spells. Other abilities like instant spellcasting, silent spellcasting, and spell delay were all required after learning combat spellcasting. A qualified wizard needed to master at least a dozen types of spellcasting abilities. There were also legendary spell silent spellcasting and legendary spell instant spellcasting. These were talents that even legendary wizards might not be able to master. In addition to these, there were a lot of spellcasting abilities like maximal spell, spell upgrade, spell specialization, spell penetration, natural spellcasting, empower spellcasting, and so on. To measure the strength of a wizard, other than looking at the knowledge and spells they mastered, they also looked at the spellcasting abilities they mastered. Su Len would need to slowly master these spellcasting abilities in the future. Just as he was training his spellcasting abilities, on the road not far from the northern town, a convoy was slowly approaching. There were more than 20 carriages in the convoy. There were more than 200 well-equipped knights in iron armor outside the convoy. There were also more than 200 elite soldiers in armor and holding weapons behind the convoy. Such a convoy could be seen at a glance that it wasn't a caravan. In the middle of the convoy, there was a carriage inlaid with a noble badge. If someone who had studied noble badges saw it, they would recognize it at a glance. It was the emblem of the Florentine royal family. That's right. This group of people were the messengers that set off from the Florentine royal city to the northern town to sign the agreement with Su Len. At the front of the convoy, a few soldiers from the northern town city were leading the way on horseback. As early as 3 days ago, the messengers from Florence had already come to the northern town city to report. These soldiers from the northern town city were specially sent by Su Len. Otherwise, with such an army approaching, it would be very likely. No, it should be 100% that the patrols would think it was an invasion. In the evening, the messengers from Florence arrived at the inner city of the northern town city. The knights and elite soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks, and the carriage carrying the messengers and the guards of the messengers directly drove to the lord's mansion. The carriage of the messengers from Florence was very special. It was made of chorus wood. This wood was very tough, and after being made with special techniques, it was as hard as steel. It also had a special fragrance. Not only could it get rid of mosquitoes, but it could also make people feel comfortable. It was a very precious wood. The 4 horses pulling the carriage were also very tall. They were not inferior to the horses raised by the centaurs at all. The 4 horses were snow white without any other colors. The carriage was almost like a small room, with an area of about 20 square meters. There was a griffin inlaid on the outside of the carriage. In front of the griffin was a sword and a shield. There was a circle of thorny flowers around the emblem. Only the royals of Florence could use this emblem. It was obvious that the person sitting in the carriage was a member of the royal family. There was also a special shock-absorbing device at the bottom of the carriage. With these shock-absorbing devices, the inside of the carriage was like walking on flat ground. The shaking was very small. Roughly calculating, a carriage like this cost about 5,000 to 6,000 kinner. Normal nobles could not afford it. Even Su Len did not have such a luxurious carriage. In fact, he did not have a carriage at all. Su Len usually rode a horse when he went out. Now that he had a Pegasus, riding a Pegasus was much more awesome than a carriage. Although Su Len was very rich, he rarely spent money on it. Although he also enjoyed life, such as using velvet blankets and liking all kinds of delicious food, he invested more of his wealth in the construction of the city. Now there were so many projects such as wizard towers, secret realms, and city construction. Su Len did not have enough money to spend at all. In fact, Su Len's approach was not like the old nobles of this world at all. The nobles of this world and the nobles of the previous world were simply carved out of the same mold. Whether they had money or not, they all valued their face more than anything else. Things like clothes and carriages were definitely the best. As for the real situation, it was up to each person to see what was right. Da-da-da. A crisp sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the lord's mansion. A cute maid of 14 or 15 years old opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. The maid was wearing a beautiful maid's dress, a string of pearl hairpins on her head, and a pair of exquisite bracelets on her white jade-like wrists. After getting out of the carriage, She looked around with two beautiful big eyes, and then placed a brocade stool in front of the carriage with the coachman. "Your Royal Highness, we have arrived." At this time, a pair of white and delicate fingers stretched out from the luxurious carriage. There was a pair of black lace gloves on the hands. These lace gloves were a specialty of Autumnfall City, a half-elf city near the Elven Forest. Although it was just a pair of gloves, it was very expensive. The maid stepped forward and carefully held the hands of the princess. The princess of the Kingdom of Florence stepped out of the carriage. When the curvaceous figure of the princess of the Kingdom of Florence appeared outside the carriage, the eyes of the people around her were involuntarily attracted by her noble and elegant temperament. Her long golden hair was very delicate, and her face was slightly powdered. Her face was like white jade, her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Although there was a translucent veil on her face, it could still be seen that she was an outstanding beauty. She was wearing a princess dress with a corset and breast augmentation. There was a pure white tube top at the neckline. It was both conservative and sexy, outlining her pair of towering peaks perfectly. Her slender waist looked even more slender under the effect of the corset. Her curvaceous figure, slender figure, and perky peaches perfectly revealed her advantages. Her sky-blue eyes were very pure. After getting out of the carriage, the princess looked around as if she was looking around. Soon, her eyes fell on Sulen, who came out to greet her. But soon, her eyes looked at Alex beside Sulen. As a high-level harpy, Alex's appearance was also top-notch. He was even better than the princess. As soon as the princess got out of the carriage, she felt the pressure. The momentum that she had maintained before also weakened a little in an instant. Fortunately, she adjusted quickly, smiled at everyone, and then recovered again. After receiving the news from the messenger, Sulen returned to the Lord's mansion and changed into a noble suit. This noble suit was made for him by Angie and Angela. His two half-elf maids were very capable now. The size of the sewn noble suit fit him perfectly, and it perfectly set off his temperament. After changing into the formal attire, Alex happened to arrive at the northern town. So Sulen took Alex to greet the emissary of Florence. Chapter 305. Sulen moved his wrists in discomfort. Due to the fact that this form-fitting dress was tailored to fit the body, it was uncomfortable even though he looked dashing in it. Sulen was also dizzy from learning those troublesome aristocratic etiquette. Fortunately, he had gone through some training and could imitate it quite well. However, after seeing the starry eyes of the two half-elf maids, Sulen suddenly felt that this dress was not that unbearable after all. Sulen brought Alex to the door to welcome the messenger of the Florentine kingdom. However, when he saw the graceful figure of the messenger, he was indeed stunned for a moment. What surprised him even more was that the Florentine royal family actually sent a princess as a messenger. They must have prepared a sugar-coated bullet. Beautiful, dignified, noble, and charming. Such a style perfectly interpreted the grace and luxury of a princess. With a curvy figure, a slightly tender face, and the aristocratic etiquette that had been integrated into her bones, Sulen could not help but be amazed by the great aristocratic family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If she were to be compared with Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and even Karina Grace, this princess would not have an advantage in terms of looks. However, her temperament and overall image were not inferior. Of course, this was due to her long-term aristocratic upbringing and etiquette. On the other hand, Chris and Hathaway rarely put in the effort to do these things. Putting everything else aside, Alex was the most beautiful one. Of course, this was only Sulen's subjective judgment. Hathaway's temperament was more intellectual, while Chris's was sexy and charming. After reciting the aristocratic etiquette in his heart, Sulen stepped forward with a smile and reached out to gently hold Princess Phyllis's delicate little hand. Then, he kissed her hand according to the aristocratic etiquette that he had just learned. "Your Highness, I'm deeply fascinated by your charm." Sulen's elegant and gentlemanly movements were perfect. These etiquette were requested by an etiquette officer he had specially invited. In fact, in Sulen's opinion, these etiquettes were completely superfluous. However, you have no choice but to learn. After all, when the dukedom is officially established, if there are any problems with etiquette, you will become the joke of the entire continent. Country bumpkins and barbarians were already considered good. Sulen didn't want to become a laughingstock, so even if he didn't like it, he could only accept it. Unless one day they were strong enough to ignore these rules, they could only obey. Looking at the maids of the Lord's mansion, They were all looking straight ahead with no expression on their faces. It was all the work of the etiquette officer. Only Hathaway and a few other girls in Northern Town City were not restricted by this. After all, wizards were spellcasters, so they did not need to follow these rules. Wizards were not interested in doing these things. Mr. Su Len, it's an honor to be welcomed by you, Princess Phyllis said with a smile. You should know that there are many people in the royal city who idolize you. Really? That's a great honor. Su Len held Princess Phyllis's little hand and walked into the Lord's mansion together. Bright lights, a spacious hall, elegant crystal chandeliers, delicious food, mellow wine, and beautiful music. Su Len had prepared a grand welcome banquet. The main characters of the banquet were Su Len and Phyllis. Phyllis knew very well why her father sent her to sign the agreement with Su Len. In addition to forming a political alliance, another reason was to form a marriage alliance. An alliance agreement that was as useless as a piece of paper was not enough to make both sides trust each other. The best way to form an alliance, other than sharing common interests, was to form a marriage alliance. At first, Phyllis didn't have much expectations for this political marriage alliance. However, as a princess of the royal family, she had to protect the interests of the royal family. Therefore, although she was very unwilling, she had to obey the arrangement and come to North Town. In her impression, this remote town in the northern wastelands should be the kind of place where the roads were muddy, there was a foul stench everywhere, the food was coarse and difficult to eat, and the behavior was rough. She could only spend her future in this kind of place. However, to her surprise, after arriving here, she found that North Town was completely different from what she had imagined. This place was even cleaner and tidier than the capital. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the capital, this place had only been built a year ago. It had only taken a year to develop to such an extent. If it was given a few more years, she felt that it might even surpass the capital. More importantly, her marriage partner was also unexpected. He wasn't the boorish barbarian she had imagined, but rather a handsome gentleman. This made Princess Phyllis, who had been worried that she would be banished, very happy. As a princess, although she could enjoy all kinds of luxurious life that ordinary people couldn't imagine, most of them were used for political marriages. They had no right to choose their own marriage partners. Even if the other party was an old man with one foot in the coffin, they couldn't refuse. Now that she saw Su Len, she felt that she was simply too lucky to have met such a powerful, handsome, and gentlemanly noble. As a princess, she knew her fate. Since she couldn't change it, she would fight for the best conditions. Obviously, she was lucky this time and made the right bet. Such a good resource, she must seize it. If she failed, she would be sent to another place for political marriages. She didn't know what kind of people she would meet. Next time, she wouldn't have such a good opportunity. The lights flickered. Su Len and Phyllis sat in the study and had a simple discussion about the alliance documents. In fact, most of the main conditions had been decided long ago. This time, the discussion was only about some unimportant details. But why was Princess Phyllis's expression so strange? It seemed that she was a little infatuated. Under the light, Phyllis looked at Su Len with stars in her eyes. She also nodded and agreed to the conditions that Su Len had just mentioned. Soon, the agreement was finalized, and Su Len signed it. Phyllis gently put down the file and looked up at Su Len. Her eyes were a little complicated. There was surprise, excitement, and curiosity. On the way here, she had collected a lot of information about the northern wilderness. She had a preliminary estimate about this place. Not everyone could develop the northern wilderness to such an extent. In just over a year, he had developed from nothing to the point where he was about to establish a duchy. It was impossible to predict how far he would go in the future. The agreement is signed. Let's celebrate. While Phyllis was still thinking, Su Len stood up and took out a bottle of top-grade rum from the wine cabinet beside him. He poured it into 2 glasses. The amber liquid swirled back and forth in the glasses. Handing one of the glasses to Phyllis, Su Len raised his slender, white, and calloused fingers. He picked up the glass and swirled it a few times under the dim magic light. The rum in the glass was clear and transparent. Under the light, it shone with a mysterious fluorescence. The smell of the wine was strong and fragrant. Then he drank it up. Phyllis picked up the glass with her white, jade-like fingers, but she didn't drink it. She gazed at Su Len with a complicated look. There was eagerness and expectation in her eyes. She hoped that Su Len would be obsessed with her, but she was also a little hesitant and didn't know what to do. Su Len naturally knew the purpose of Phyllis's visit. He was very clear that the Florentine royal family wanted to form an alliance with him through marriage. They wanted to use this method to pull him onto their chariot. To be honest, they were very familiar with this method of marriage in Florence. Otherwise, how could the Duchy of Florence become the Kingdom of Florence? That was why so many nobles in the Kingdom of Florence had the right of succession to the throne. Although this right of succession might not be used for 100 years. Originally, he refused this marriage. After all, who knew what the princess would be like? But today, he had completely forgotten about this matter. This marriage was really a good idea. What did you say? I'm lusting after her body? Bah, this is obviously love. Phyllis put down the glass and looked up at Su Len. It's really incredible. You've built a city here in only 1 year. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue to create miracles. It's nothing. I'm just lucky. Su Len smiled. I don't believe in luck. Phyllis turned around, got up from the stool, and suddenly got close to Su Luen. Su Luen could not help sniffing her tall and slender figure and her outstanding advantages. When she suddenly got close to him, Su Luen could not help but sniff a few times. Phyllis pretended that she didn't notice it. She was still close to Su Len. Although she was very tall, she was still much shorter than Su Len. From this position, he could see her smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones and 2 mounds. You're mine. Phyllis suddenly put her arms around Su Len's neck. I should be the one saying that. Su Len didn't hesitate to put his arms around her slender waist. Then, he turned around and pressed Phyllis against the desk. At the same time, his other hand gently kneaded her smooth shoulders and then moved down little by little. Phyllis's beautiful face flushed and became shy. Although as the princess of the marriage alliance, she had been taught in advance by her nanny. But this was the first time that she had used a real gun. Even her theoretical knowledge couldn't compare with Su Len's, who was a seasoned spear master. However, a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. Facing a spear master, she didn't want to be outdone and kept resisting. Facing this little white rabbit, Su Len didn't hit her vital points. Instead, he showed his exquisite skills. After seeing Phyllis's face turn red, he shot out his spear like a dragon and went straight to the root of the problem. Chapter 306. Light and Slow Twirling. Under Su Len's superb zither skills, Phyllis began to sing brilliantly. She had already changed out of her beautiful court dress, which was very troublesome when she was singing. Su Len's fair and slender hands played continuously like a brilliant zither player. He was also like an elf, performing a magnificent movement with Phyllis. In the end, Phyllis fell down like a swan with broken wings. It was completely over. The 2 maids guarding outside the door blushed. After a while, they quietly closed the door and walked out quickly. At the same time, they blocked the corridor. Su Len woke up early when the sky was just beginning to brighten. Looking at the messy bed, Su Len tiptoed out of bed and stretched. Su Len felt refreshed. Although he didn't do it, he didn't indulge too much, considering that Phyllis was just an ordinary person. However, Phyllis was different. She was a newborn calf who wanted to challenge the dignity of a tiger. In the end, Su Len whipped her with his spear skills that had already reached the master level. It would take at least 2 days for her to recover. She would just obediently rest on the bed today. As soon as Su Len got out of bed, the bedroom door was pushed open. 2 half-elf maids with dark circles under their eyes walked in resentfully. Angela glanced at Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and then glared at Su Len, looking like a wronged daughter-in-law. As for Anna, she also pouted and didn't say anything. Her expression was obviously saying that she was angry and couldn't be appeased. Looking at the 2 of them, Su Len smiled in his heart. He then reached out and carried the 2 of them. 2 little vixens, I'll deal with you tonight. Then, he slapped their perky little buttocks and began to wash up and get dressed. After washing up and eating breakfast, Su Len asked the 2 maids to prepare breakfast for Phyllis and wait for her to wake up. Then, he directly left the Lord's mansion. After patrolling around the city, Su Len came to Hathaway's lab. At this time, Hathaway's lab had changed a lot. The lab was several times bigger than before. A group of 11 to 12 years old children were learning theoretical knowledge in the lab. These children were the first batch of wizard apprentices trained in the North Town. Su Len was very concerned about these wizard apprentices. After all, only a few of them were selected out of the hundreds of thousands of people in the North Town. Even if these apprentices couldn't become wizards in the future, they could still make some low-level potions and make some money. Hathaway didn't teach these children how to meditate. If they wanted to meditate, they needed to learn a few meditation runes, which these children were now learning. Hathaway, have you deciphered the scroll from last time? Su Len came to Hathaway's side and asked. The scroll he was asking about was the one he found in the ruins of the secret realm. It was one of the few well-preserved things in the secret realm. One could imagine the value of this scroll if it was still intact after such a long time. Almost, but I already know the name of the spell recorded in this scroll. Hathaway shook her head. Wizards like to use their own secret language. No matter if they were arcanists or wizards, they were all very knowledgeable. Generally, after becoming a level 3 transcendent, both arcanists and wizards would have mastered at least a dozen languages. At this time, they liked to create their own secret language. Some words that looked like waves or staves were actually the secret language of wizards. It wasn't easy to decipher the secret language, but if you looked in the right direction, you could decipher it with some time. The scroll that Su Len and Hathaway got was recorded in a secret language. However, although they couldn't understand the secret language, they could still recognize the changes in the runes, which made it a lot easier to decipher. What's the name? That spell is so well preserved. It can't be a legendary spell, can it? Su Luan asked. It's not legendary. This spell is only level 5. Hathaway shook her head. Su Luan was greatly disappointed. It's only a 5th circle spell. Why are you looking down on level 6? Hathaway glanced at Su Len and said, a level 5 spell is also very strong, and this is not an ordinary level 5 spell. No matter how extraordinary it is, it's still a level 5 spell. How can it be more powerful than a level 7 spell? Su Len said casually. This spell is called Bigby's Palm of Protection. Hathaway's faint voice came. Even if it's Bigby's Palm of Protection? What did you say? Say it again. Su Len suddenly reacted. The spell recorded on it is Bigby's Palm of Protection. Hathaway emphasized. I didn't expect it to be the Bigby series of spells. Su Len said in surprise. In the vast sea of spells that wizards had, there were countless spells that had appeared since the birth of magic. However, among these spells, there were a few that were very famous. For example, the Melf series of spells. This series of spells was very weak, and the spell level was not high, but it was very famous. Melf's Minute Meteor and Melf's Strong Acid Arrow. Although these two spells were not very powerful, they were known as low-level god-slaying spells. Of course, it was a bit exaggerated to say that they could slay a god. At least no one had succeeded in using this spell. A god's body was surrounded by a special energy field. As long as this energy field existed, ordinary low-level and mid-level spells and rare weapons could not hurt the god. However, these two spells could. Although the power of these two spells was not great, they had other characteristics. After these two spells were cast, the Minute Meteor and Strong Acid Arrow were regarded as +5 rare weapons. In other words, they were equivalent to legendary weapons. Although the attack was shockingly low, this kind of spell could just break through the energy field around the god's body and hurt the god himself. Legendary weapons were not cabbages. Each one was very rare. Only legendary weapons could break through the protection of the god's force field. In this way, it provided a theoretical possibility that if enough people learned Melf's Minute Meteor, then it was possible to kill the god. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, it was not easy to find enough people to ambush a god who was alone. Bigby's 5 consecutive palms was also a similar spell, and the Bigby's 5 consecutive palm spells were from the 5th circle to the 9th circle. Bigby's Palm of Protection, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capturing Palm, Bigby's Vajra Palm, and Bigby's Crushing Palm. These 5 spells didn't rely on magic resistance when they were judged. Therefore, high magic resistance had no effect in front of these spells. If this set of spells was used well, it could be tried as a close combat mage. Even a legendary warrior would not have any advantage in close combat. When he learned that this spell scroll recorded the Bigby series of spells, Su Len was overjoyed. This spell was a rare spell, but it was not easy to learn. Su Len could not learn it at his current wizard level. After a while, Su Len left here and went to the wizard tower. More than 5,000 workers were working hard at the wizard construction site. After a few months of construction, the underground floors of the Wizard Tower had been completed. Now they were building the upper floor. Half of the steel and all the obsidian produced in Northern Town during this period of time were invested in the Wizard Tower. Even Alex, Karina, and Grace were now helping here. A lot of obsidian mined from the underground world needed to be processed. Then these obsidian were fused with stone to mud, and then turned into big blocks with mud to rock. Finally, they needed to cast hardening spells. The whole project was very big. If it were not for the large number of spellcasters in Northern Town, such a wizard tower would take at least a few times more time to build. The steel rods were erected one by one and then wrapped in obsidian. The entire process was done with great familiarity. According to this progress, the main body of the wizard tower would be almost finished by the end of this year to the beginning of next year. However, only the main body was built. It was still far from the completion of the wizard tower. A lot of runes still needed to be engraved in various parts of the wizard tower, and at the same time, energy channels needed to be laid. The most important device of the wizard tower was also the core of the wizard tower, the elemental pool. The operation of the wizard tower was completely dependent on the elemental pool. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a real wizard tower. Those without an elemental pool could only be called a wizard tower at best. In addition to the elemental pool, a wizard tower also needed a tower spirit. Su Len had already prepared the legendary soul crystal to make a tower spirit, but Hathaway was only a rank 4 wizard. If she wanted to make a legendary tower spirit, only a legendary wizard could do it. Therefore, this soul crystal could only be stored for now. As for asking other legendary wizards to make a tower spirit, this was something very few people would do. This was because if the legendary wizard left a back door when making the tower spirit, he could control the tower spirit at any time. Once the tower spirit was used to control the wizard tower, the wizard tower would become someone else's. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would ask others to make a tower spirit. The original owner of the tower spirit in Sullen's secret realm had died thousands of years ago. Even if he left a backdoor program, it would be useless. The tower spirit recorded the soul waves. Everyone's soul waves were different and had a unique frequency. Once a person entered the river Styx or the capital of the death god, their soul would be broken down and only the core of their soul would be left. The soul that had been reassembled was completely different from the previous soul, so this backdoor was completely useless. Even if the original owner's soul was reincarnated, it would not be able to open this backdoor program. Chapter 307. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Hathaway planned to make some golems to help. She had already learned how to make clay golems, rock golems, and stone golems. She hadn't learned how to make a steel golem because the structure was too complicated. However, she had a copy of the steel golem production technique in the secret realm. There used to be 5 golem teams in the secret realm, but due to various reasons, they were all destroyed in Sullen's hands. The steel golems in the secret realm were all repaired later. Although Hathaway didn't know how to make steel golems, she could still repair them. That was why there were more than a dozen repaired steel golems in the secret realm. She was planning to craft a rock golem or a gargoyle golem. However, Northern Garrison City didn't have the materials required to craft a golem. Intermediate soul crystals were enough to craft a clay golem, but advanced soul crystals were required to craft a rock golem, obsidian golem, granite golem, and steel golem. Su Len got a lot of soul crystals from the necromancer he killed last time, but most of them were intermediate soul crystals. They could only be used to make clay golems. He had already used a few advanced soul crystals. If he wanted to get a lot of high-quality soul crystals, the best way was to go to the lower planes. Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the legendary undead world, they all produced high-quality soul crystals. However, they needed to be transported across planes, which Su Len didn't have the ability to do. If he wanted to get some advanced soul crystals, the best way was to try his luck at trade fairs. Wizards often held secret trade fairs. There were always a lot of good things in these trade fairs. Things that couldn't be sold in normal magic shops would appear in these trade fairs. Su Len had only heard about them from Hathaway before. Now, he was going to see it for himself. Northern Town City was located in the northern wasteland. This place used to be a gathering place for monsters, so there were no secret trade fairs here. The closest wizard gathering to Northern Town City was near Cult City. Hathaway used to be a wandering wizard. In order to trade for all kinds of magic materials, she had spent some time in these wizard gatherings. Naturally, She knew about these gatherings. Sulen and Hathaway were going to Cult City to participate in the wizard gathering. Northern Town City also needed to be prepared. After Sulen and Hathaway left, Sulen was going to leave Northern Town City to Alex. Karina and Grace would assist him. The army of Northern Town City would all be under Alex's command. If he couldn't make a decision, he would talk to Sulen or use the communication stone. However, the stone was very expensive and had a limited use, so he had to use it sparingly. It could only be used a limited number of times. After everything was settled, Sulen and Hathaway left the city in a low-key manner. The two then rode their Pegasus towards Cult City. The Pegasus was not only fast, but it also had the ability to fly. A journey that would normally take a week was completed in a day. The two descended from the sky when they were about 10 miles away from the city. Their target was not the city. Instead, it was a small town outside the city. Most wizards didn't like to live in cities. There were too many people in cities, and they didn't like to be disturbed. There was also the danger of wizards doing experiments. It was not suitable to live in a densely populated area. Therefore, the wizard gathering was held in this small town outside the city. There was a forest outside the town. The whole town was covered in a large concealment circle. From the outside, it looked like this place was shrouded in fog all year round. Normal people would get lost if they went in. If they were lucky, they would find their way out. If they were unlucky, they would be trapped inside and die. In the afternoon, a group of handsome white horses galloped from afar. The horses were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Sulen and Hathaway jumped off their horses. Before entering the wizard gathering, the two put on a mask to hide their identity and put on a large cloak. After making sure no one would notice anything from the outside, Hathaway took out a badge and entered first. Sulen led the Pegasus and followed closely behind. After passing through a few concealment circles that normal people couldn't detect, the two soon appeared on a deserted street. Of course, this deserted street was only compared to the bustling city outside. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred wizards on this street. Of course, most of them were wizard apprentices. The width of the street was about 10 meters. There were shops on both sides. Many people wearing wizard robes were going in and out of these shops. There was even a market not far away. It was full of stalls. Sulen followed behind Hathaway. He was now a level 2 wizard, a level 4 wizard. After entering the town, there were some wizards guarding the entrance. After paying some kinnar and telling them the rules of the town, the two entered. Although this town didn't seem to have a large population, the buildings on both sides of the street were 2 to 3 stories high. Not only were there all kinds of shops, but there were also inns and taverns. It could be said that this was a bustling town. First, they found an inn and left the Pegasus there. Then they began to walk around. The two came to a shop and began to look for things to buy. These shops had a wide range of business. Not only did they sell things, but they also bought all kinds of raw materials. The price of raw materials was not high, but the price of all kinds of potions and magic items was not cheap. The high-grade soul crystals Sulen wanted to buy were rare. They went to a few shops and only bought 3 of them. The two were not in a hurry because there was going to be a large-scale auction here. This town would hold a large-scale auction at a fixed time every year. At that time there would be a lot of good things. Of course, there would be high-grade soul crystals, but the price would be higher. If one wanted to participate in the auction, they would need a lot of money. Sulen originally had a lot of kinnar, but now that most of the kinnar had been invested, he didn't have enough kinnar to participate in this large-scale auction. Sulen planned to take out some things to sell. He had a lot of magic crystals in his hands, and these crystals were worth a lot. Soon, the two arrived in front of a shop. This shop was the largest in the area, and there were many wizards coming and going. It seemed to be a good place to sell. They looked up at the sign. The sign said, Blood Rose Alchemy Workshop. Without hesitation, the two walked in. The shop was quite big, about 200 to 300 square meters. There were 4 or 5 wizard apprentices in uniform greeting customers, pointing at the goods on the shelves and introducing them to the customers. As soon as the two walked in, an apprentice came up to them with a big smile and was about to greet them. Stand down. I'll take care of this wizard myself. A wizard was sitting in the corner of the hall, flipping through a scroll. When he heard the noise, he turned his head to look. At first glance, The middle-aged wizard's face changed drastically. He then put away the scroll and walked over to Hathaway. He gave a wizard salute and respectfully said, "Great wizard, I don't know what you want. Would you like to come to our third floor for a detailed discussion?" "Okay," Hathaway nodded and said calmly. Then, under the guidance of the middle-aged wizard, the group quickly came to the third floor. The third floor of the alchemy workshop was divided into a few small rooms. The decorations inside were much more luxurious, but most of the wizards did not care about these luxuries. There was a young and beautiful female apprentice in each room. When they saw the middle-aged wizard and his group come up, they immediately brought some food and drinks. After they sat down, the middle-aged wizard immediately greeted them with a smile. "Please have a taste, sir. This food is made by the halfling human chef we hired. It's very delicious. Forget about tasting the delicacies. Let's see if you have the materials I want to buy." Hathaway shook her head and said. Then, she made a gesture to Su Len. Su Len took out a parchment scroll from his storage space and handed it to the middle-aged wizard. "Since you said so, let's take a look at the list first." The middle-aged wizard was not angry. He took the parchment scroll and opened it to check. Hathaway and Su Len did not touch the food on the table. It was necessary to be vigilant in a place like this. Although the probability of them tampering with the food was very low, it was better not to touch it in order to prevent accidents. After a while, the middle-aged wizard's face became strange. Hathaway and Su Len were not surprised. They knew very well what was written on the parchment scroll. It was not easy to find these materials. "The materials you are looking for are indeed rare." The middle-aged wizard smiled bitterly and said, "Apart from a few pieces of high-grade soul crystals, we can't do anything about the adamantine, mithril, and legendary elemental cores. Once metals like mithril and adamantine are discovered, they'll be sold immediately. Unless you're lucky, you won't be able to buy them at all. As for legendary elemental cores, only legendary wizards can have them. You have high-grade soul crystals." Hathaway's eyes lit up. "That's right. We still have 4 high-grade soul crystals in the store, but the price? The price is not a problem. Sir, what I mean is that we only accept high-grade items in exchange." The middle-aged wizard shook his head and said. Hathaway and Su Len looked at each other, then took out a magic crystal and placed it on the table. Magic crystal in exchange for high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Hathaway take out the magic crystal, the middle-aged wizard quickly took it and appraised it. After a while, he looked up and said, "Low-grade magic crystal in exchange." Chapter 308. Afterward, the middle-aged wizard put the crystal back and snapped his fingers. A flash of light appeared and disappeared. Moments later, someone knocked on the door of the room. Afterward, a wizard walked in and handed a brocade box to the middle-aged wizard. "Sir, this is the advanced soul crystal that we have in our store." The middle-aged wizard opened the brocade box and saw a purple crystal the size of an egg sitting quietly inside. Hathaway reached out and picked up the crystal. Afterward, she began to inspect it. Soon, Hathaway finished her inspection. This was indeed an advanced soul crystal. Since there was no problem with the goods, the next step was to discuss the price. "Sir, if you want to use magic crystals to exchange for high-grade soul crystals, you will need at least 30 magic crystals of this size to exchange for 1 high-grade soul crystal." The middle-aged wizard pointed at the magic crystal on the side. "Impossible. This price is too ridiculous." Su Len rejected without even thinking. Although a soul crystal is precious, its value is not as high as 30 magic crystals. "Sir, you should be well aware of the preciousness of high-grade soul crystals. These low-grade magic energy crystals aren't bad, but they aren't too rare. If you want to exchange them for high-grade soul crystals, you'll have to raise the price." The middle-aged adept explained with a smile. "Even so, this price is already more than double. We will not accept this price." Su Len shook his head. "All right then. How many do you think are suitable?" The middle-aged magus carefully observed the expressions on their faces, trying to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, both of them were wearing masks and cloaks, so he couldn't see any abnormalities. This made the middle-aged magus feel a little disappointed, and he muttered to himself. Judging from their size, they should be a man and a woman. Judging from their voices, they should be quite young. It's just a little strange that there are not many great wizard-level witches, and there are only a few of them in the vicinity of the Kingdom of Florence. Besides, there are not many young ones. Could it be that they just advanced? I haven't heard of any wizard organization that has advanced recently. Could it be a wandering wizard or a traveler from somewhere else? The male sorcerer beside her is a grade 2 sorcerer. Could he be the sorcerer's boy toy? I'm so lucky to have a great adept as my mistress. Wouldn't it be easier for me to advance in the future? Sulen didn't know that the middle-aged man in front of him had already identified him as a man who lived off a woman. If he knew, he would definitely teach him a lesson personally. I think 20 mana crystals for one advanced soul crystal is very suitable. Sulen thought for a moment and said, according to this price, the soul crystals would be purchased at a premium of 1/3. I'm sorry, but we can't accept this price. The middle-aged magus shook his head. After that, Sulen's group and the middle-aged adept went back and forth over the price. Finally, they reached a price that both parties could barely accept. 23 magic crystals for a high-grade soul crystal, which was a 50% premium. After confirming the price, the two sides began to trade. Sulen took out 92 magic crystals of similar size from his storage space and gave them to the middle-aged wizard. He then put away 4 high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Su Luin take out so many magic crystals at once, the middle-aged wizard was also secretly shocked. They couldn't have found a magic crystal mine, could they? After completing the trade, Sulen's group didn't stay any longer and immediately left the shop. After taking out such a large amount of mana crystals for the trade, both of them became more vigilant. Humans would die in pursuit of wealth, and birds would die in pursuit of food. This was a famous saying in both his previous life and this world. As long as there were enough benefits, he didn't think that no one would dare to do anything to him, a rank 4 great wizard and a rank 2 wizard. Even though the shops here were very trustworthy, if the person who leaked the money was not a member of the nearby Magus organization, it was very likely that he was a wandering Magus or someone who came from another region to explore. He still had to be careful to avoid being tricked. Hence, after completing the trade, the two of them didn't stay any longer. They pretended to continue looking for items while being cautious to see if anyone was spying on them. After making sure that no one was following them, Sulen and Hathaway continued to walk to the other shops. However, what happened next made him very disappointed. After entering a few shops, he couldn't find the materials that Hathaway needed. It wasn't that these shops didn't have anything good. Some of the magic materials that the shops actively recommended were very rare. Hathaway was also tempted, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough to trade. In the Magus world, although Kinner could be used, many high-grade items couldn't be bought with Kinner. They could only be exchanged with other materials. Kinner could only buy some low-grade magic materials and magic items. He still wanted to see if he could exchange the remaining items in his storage space for a legendary elemental core. The most important material in the arcane garden was the legendary elemental core. With this, Sulen could start building the sky garden. Looks like we can only wait for the auction. After walking around all the shops, the two of them stood at the end of the street and shook their heads helplessly. The auction in the Magus town would be held in 3 days. Sulen and Hathaway naturally didn't plan to wait here for 3 days. After finding the auction and buying a voucher, Sulen and Hathaway took the Pegasus from the inn and left the Magus town together. The Pegasus' speed was very fast. At about 10 o'clock at night, the two of them would arrive at Northtown City. In the next 2 days, Hathaway began to prepare to make a rock puppet, and Sulen prepared all kinds of magic materials. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, after Sulen had arranged everything, he took Hathaway and rode the Pegasus straight to the Magus town. After arriving at the Magus town, the number of magi in the town had more than doubled compared to the last time they were here. It seemed like any Magus with a little bit of status wouldn't want to miss this annual auction. At the entrance of the Magus town, there were also extra people. As soon as they walked into the Magus town, the whole street was full of magi in all kinds of clothes. There were many people in strange clothes, and there were even more who wore cloaks like Sulen and Hathaway. The two of them didn't stop outside. After settling the Pegasus in the inn, they directly took the auction voucher and went to the huge castle at the end of the street. In front of the castle's gate, a few magi were buying admission vouchers. There was a layer of water blue light at the gate. Hathaway took out the voucher and injected a little bit of magic into it. A blue light shot out from the voucher, and the water blue light immediately opened up a 2-meter wide passage. The two of them didn't stop and walked in. As soon as they entered, the energy barrier behind them returned to its original state. After entering the castle, they realized that the castle was bigger than it looked from the outside. The whole hall was more than 1,000 square meters. At the front of the hall, there was a wide platform. At this time, there was nothing on the platform. There were all kinds of tables and chairs neatly arranged in the hall, and there were some magi already sitting on the seats. The magi in this hall were all rank 1 and rank 2 magi. There were about 200 to 300 people in total. On the second floor of the hall, there were individual private rooms. These private rooms were only for advanced magi, and of course they had to pay more. Under the guidance of a staff member, the two of them came to a private room on the second floor. After waiting quietly for more than an hour, there were about 400 to 500 rank 1 and rank 2 magi in the hall downstairs. A few bell rings sounded, and the auction officially began. Sulen and Hathaway sat in the private room and quietly looked at the platform in the hall. On the platform, a middle-aged magus in a silver magus robe was holding a green magus magic staff and briefly introducing it. Thorny magic staff. This is a magic staff made with great care by Master Ollivander. The main material of the magic staff is magic willow. This material is very suitable for the transmission of magic. The material is also very tough. After being made into a magic staff by Master Ollivander, it can increase the casting speed and reduce the casting difficulty. It can also slightly increase the power of spells. In addition, this magic staff also contains a defensive spell called Thorny Shield. It can be released instantly without any preparation. The starting price of this magic staff is 100,000 kinner worth of magic materials. Intermediate magic materials cost 1.5 times the price. Advanced magic materials don't need to go over the price. Every increase is 5,000 kinner worth of magic materials. The magus in charge of the auction was a rank 3 magus. Although he was a little far away, his voice could be heard clearly throughout the hall. He was very proficient in sound amplification. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately raised their paddle. Then the price of this thorny magic staff, which Sulen thought could only be considered decent, quickly rose to 130,000 kinner worth of magic materials. Although this magic staff had many functions, such as reducing the casting difficulty, reducing the consumption of magic, and increasing the power of spells, these effects were just barely satisfactory. The magus who made this magic staff wanted to take care of everything, but in the end, it didn't meet his expectations in all aspects. The following auctions were also carried out in a lukewarm manner. During this time, some decent items appeared. For example, there was a dragon skin robe. The magic light on it had already reached rank 3. It was a very good robe. Sulen only called out the price once, and the price exceeded 200,000 kinner worth of magic materials. He could only give up. In the end, this dragon skin robe was sold for 280,000 kinner worth of magic materials. This price had actually exceeded the value of the item itself. Of course, it was normal for the price to be higher in an auction. Other than these equipment, the most popular items in the auction were various potions. For example, the Azure Potion, which could increase the efficiency of meditation, was very popular. Every time it appeared, it would be highly sought after. Chapter 309. The organizer of the auction was obviously very experienced. Every once in a while, they would take out a more precious item for auction and then attract the attention of the public. But more often than not, the items auctioned were not very good. Although some materials were rare, as long as one had enough money, they could also be bought in large stores. Therefore, in the auction house, the competition was not too fierce. Only rare items that occasionally appeared would cause intense bidding. As the items appeared one by one, time passed little by little. Several heavyweight items appeared in the auction and instantly set off a bidding frenzy. Several treasures appeared in a row, and the competition was fierce. Soon, the atmosphere of the entire auction became extremely hot. A piece of mithril, 832 grams, a rare metal material. The starting price is 350,000 kinner, a high-level magic material. Note that it is a high-level magic material. The price increase should not be less than 10,000. A piece of silver-white metal with a strange light appeared on the auction stage. The metal was slightly bigger than a fist, but the surface was like a layer of scales. When he heard the words, mithril, Sulen's body suddenly tightened, and his eyes stared at the piece of metal. Mithril, one of the most precious magic metals, was an important material for building a floating space city. It could be said that you could never have enough of it. He did not expect to see a piece of it here. 380,000. 400,000. 500,000. Mithril was really famous. Before Su Luan could bid, many people had already bid one after another. Soon, the price exceeded 500,000. Su Luan hesitated several times and finally gave up bidding. He didn't have many things that could be exchanged. Once he bid for this piece of mithril, he wouldn't be able to get the legendary rank elemental crystal core. And this piece of mithril was not too big. It was not enough for a floating space tower, let alone a floating space city. Su Luan also produced mithril in the silver mine in the underground world. Although the amount was not much, it was more than enough to build a floating space tower. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Su Luan decided to give up. After a while, the price of this piece of mithril rose to 1 million, which made Su Luan, who was still a little unwilling, give up completely. Since he had already decided, Su Luan no longer hesitated and looked at those people fighting for it with a relaxed face. There are so many rich people. Su Luan couldn't help but shake his head. At first, he thought that he was quite rich, but after coming here, he realized that there were many rich people among the wizards. In the end, the price of the mithril rose to 1.23 million kinner worth of high-grade magic material. The auction continued. Except for lunchtime, the auction continued. Finally, at around 4 p.m., the item that Su Luan had been waiting for appeared. A legendary level Earth elemental crystal core in perfect condition. A high-grade magic item or magic material worth 350,000 kinner. Every bid must be increased by at least 10,000. As his voice fell, an earthy yellow elemental core that looked like a crystal ball appeared on the auction stage. 360,000. 380,000. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd couldn't wait to start bidding. This time, Su Luan was not in a hurry to make a bid. He was determined to get this item, so he would let those people fight for it first. When the price was high enough, he would call out a bid. Soon, the price of this elemental crystal core had risen to 950,000. After reaching this price, the number of people participating in the bidding decreased a lot. Finally, when the price reached 1,060,000, several people who were originally following closely behind hesitated and chose to give up. 1,100,000. Su Luan tapped lightly on the crystal mirror in front of him. The mirror flashed a few times, and a price was called. 1,120,000. That person seemed to need this item very much, and hesitated for a moment before bidding again. 1,150,000. Su Luan immediately increased the price. 1,160,000. This time, after a while, that person called out a bid again. Su Luan smiled slightly, and called out a bid of 1,170,000 again. On the auction stage, the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction called out the price twice as usual. When he was about to call out the price for the third time to confirm the success of the auction, suddenly, another cold voice called out. 1,200,000. Su Luan was slightly stunned, and so was the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction. However, he immediately reacted and shouted excitedly. 1,200,000 going once. 1,200,000 going twice. 1,210,000. Su Luan shouted without hesitation. 1,220,000. This person calmly raised the price again, as if money was nothing to him. This made Su Luan's expression change. Once this happened, both parties would definitely fight to the death in the end. Both parties were in the VIP room on the second floor, which meant that the other party was at least a high-grade wizard. After hesitating for a moment, Su Luan's expression changed. He made up his mind and directly called out a price that shocked all the wizards present. 1,500,000. As soon as this price was called out, the auction house was in an uproar. The other wizards all looked at the VIP room on the second floor with strange expressions. This price had actually far exceeded the price of a legendary elemental core. The auctioneer's face lit up with joy. It was very likely that this was the highest price in this auction. Su Luan's face was expressionless as he stared at the other VIP room. The auctioneer began to call out the price again. Soon, the two bids were called out, but there was still no sound from the VIP room. The middle-aged auctioneer was a little disappointed. He called out the price again and directly dropped the hammer. After paying a huge price, Su Len finally got this elemental core. After this climax, the auction quickly came to an end. The final item was only sold for 1,400,000 kinners. After the auction ended, Su Len was led to the back of the hall by a beautiful wizard apprentice to carry out the transaction. Your Excellency, the legendary elemental core you bought is a high-grade magic item or magic material worth 1,500,000 kinner. You need to give it to us for evaluation. A wizard said with a smile on his face. Okay. Hathaway nodded and said. She then took out a portal bag and put it on the table. The wizard snapped his fingers, and a light flashed. Soon, a wizard about 60 years old walked in. This is the chief appraiser of our auction house, Mr. Bacon. He will evaluate the items you have provided. The wizard explained and then handed the portal bag to him for evaluation. Next, the wizard named Bacon began to take out the items in the portal bag one by one to evaluate them. 6 bottles of Azure Potion, high quality, 15,000 kinner a bottle. 2 bottles of Purple Light Potion, high quality, 20,000 kinner a bottle. 4 bottles of Moonshine Potion, high quality, 13,000 kinner a bottle. 3 pieces of your own leather armor, grade 3 magic item, 35,000 kinner a bottle. The appraiser named Bacon was indeed very good. He did not underestimate the price at all. He set the price according to the retail price. Su Len nodded and accepted the price. Soon, all the items were evaluated. In the end, all the items added up to a total of 1,070,000 kinner. Sir, the price of these items did not reach 1,500,000 kinner. After confirming the price of all the items, the wizard said with a gloomy face. It's not over yet. Su Len took a step forward and took out a white ring from his pocket. He then put it on the table and said, Add this. It was the bone control ring that Su Len got from the necromancer. This is a high-grade magic ring. The wizard's heart skipped a beat when he saw the items on the table. He then carefully picked up the ring and reluctantly handed it to Bacon for evaluation. Among all the magic items, rings and other accessories were the most expensive. This was because compared to magic staffs, robes, magic books, or scrolls, rings and necklaces were too small. It was very difficult to engrave complex runes on such small objects. Think about the artificial micro-engraving technology. Engraving on a ring required tens or even hundreds of complex runes. Then, these runes would form a rune circle. Only then would it be considered a success. If there was a single mistake, the ring would be useless. Therefore, the price of a high-grade magic accessory was more than twice the price of other magic items of the same grade. Good stuff. Wizard Bacon looked at the ring for a while. He then put down his crystal glasses and couldn't help but praise. It's been a long time since I've seen such exquisite craftsmanship. This should be something that only a master alchemist could make. The only pity is that this ring can only be made by a necromancer. If it was a common magic ring, it would cost at least 600,000 or 700,000. But now, I can only estimate it at 500,000. Do you too accept this price? Yes. Hathaway nodded and said. Then we'll pick out the extra 70,000 kinner worth of goods. Also, this legendary earth elemental crystal core is yours. The wizard on the side said. You don't have to pick out the stuff. Just exchange it for 70,000 kinner worth of materials. Hathaway said as she took the legendary earth elemental crystal core and inspected it. That works too. What materials do you need? The wizard asked with a face full of joy. It's all on this list. Hathaway handed over a list of materials that were not available in the northern town. The auction had just ended, and they had collected a large amount of magic materials. The materials on the list were not too rare, so it didn't take long for them to collect all of them. After checking all kinds of goods, both sides were very satisfied. Su Len and Hathaway took the things and left the auction house. They didn't stay for long. They went back to the inn and left the wizard town with the Pegasus.